But so now the thing is, when it comes to the rapid revision, how things work is um, there will be 12 model papers, right? Model papers 12ක් තියෙනවා. Model papers 12ක් කියන්නේ now අපි දැන් Monday revision එකක් තියෙනවානේ, right? On Mondays we have a revision එක. ඔය Monday තියෙන revision එකේ, right? ඔය Monday තියෙන revision එකේ okay, we had classes, right? ඔය Monday තියෙන revision එකේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි model paper එකක් දෙනවා. ඒ model paper එක නෙමෙයි මේ Sunday මේ Saturday class එකේ කරන්නේ. That is not the same model paper that we are going to do on this class. I am giving a separate model paper, right? A separate rapid revision paper for the next 16 weeks. Again, හැම week එකේම separate paper එකක් තියෙනවා, right? Every week there will be separate paper. දැන් මෙහෙමයි යා. මොකද බලාගන්න මම අපේ plan එක දැම්ම කියනවා. Right? Our plan is there will be 12 rapid revision papers, right? Rapid revision papers 12ක් තියෙනවා. හරි? මේ 12 නෙමෙයි. 6 papers will cover, right? 6 papers will cover the grade 12, right? Grade 12 වලට අදාළ ඔක්කොම මේ 6 papers වලින් cover. Okay? ඒ කියන්නේ in your paper, in your A-level paper, first 4 questions, MCQ වල first 25, ඊට පස්සේ short answer questions ටිකක්, fill in the blanks questions ටිකක් සහ part paper 2 එකේ, right? Paper 2 එකේ part 1 first 4 questions. ඒ ටික cover කරන විදිහට තමයි මේ paper හදන්නේ. Right? ඒ ටික cover කරන විදිහට තමයි මේක හදන්නේ. Okay? So by doing 6 papers, we will be able to cover many questions, right? We will be able to cover many questions under this. And then the next 12 papers, right? The next 12 papers will be from grade 30, right? That's it. Grade 30 is papers higher. 12 papers higher තියෙනවා වෙනම papers හයක්. So there will be 6 separate papers for grade 30. එතකොට 5 6 7 8 A questions ටික target කරලා තමයි A paper එක හදන්නේ. So by doing all these 12 papers, right? By doing all these 12 papers, you will be able to recall, right? You will be able to recall all the theories. You will be able to answer almost every type of question that you get. And what I know, සාමාන්‍යයෙන් paper එක එන්න පුළුවන් questions ජාති ඔක්කොම වගේ මම මෙතන අහනවා. ඒතර ඔයාලට මේ papers ටික කරලා මාත් එක්ක questions වලට answers මෙතන ලියලා ඔයාලට පුළුවන් practice වෙන්න answer එකක් හදාගන්නේ කොහොමද කියන වන්ද කියලා. Right? So I will try my maximum, right? අපිට තියෙන time limit එක මම දවසට පැය 4ක් 5ක් අතර කාලයක් ගන්න කියලා බලන්නේ, right? කියන්නේ Saturday night 7 PM onwards කියලා දැම්මේ මට මේක ඉවර වෙන time එකක් කියන්න බෑ. තිසරණිත් මගෙන් ඇහුවා මේක ඉවර වෙන්නේ කීයටද 9ටද 10ටද කියලා. I can't tell you any time, right? Proper time එකක් කියන්න බෑ. I'm trying to go up to 11, right? At least up to 11 යන්න බලනවා. So cam beam එහෙම තියනවා නම් ළඟට යන්න ලකඩෑස්ති කරගත්තට කමක් නැහැ, right? කන ගමන් හරි ටිකක් කරන්න බලමු. Right? Now the thing is, right? Now the thing is, I know you have classes, right? I know you have other classes and all, right? But the first paper, right? My first paper එක අපිට කරන්න like මට ඔයාලට දෙන්න time එක මදි වුණා, right? මදි වුණා කියන්නේ අපි කට්ටිය register වෙලා ඊට පස්සේ මේ final කරගන්න ටිකක් වෙලා ගිය නිසා first paper ඔයාලට දෙන්න time ගියා. Normally the next paper, right? The next paper will be given to you on every either Tuesday or Wednesday, right? On every Tuesday or Wednesday, the new paper will be released, right? අලුත් paper එක හැම සතියෙම අඟහරුවාද නැත්තම් බලවත් දවසක රිලීස් වෙනවා. ඔයාලා ඊට පස්සේ දවස් 3ක් 4ක් වගේ තියෙනවා. ඒ ටයිම් එකේ ඔයාලට paper එක කරන්න පුළුවන්. right? So නැතුව මේ ඊයේ දීලා අද කරන්න එහෙම දෙන්නේ නැහැ, right? සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මම දවස් 4ක් වගේ ටයිම් එකක් දෙනවා. ඔයාලට ගෙදර ඉඳගෙන නිදහසේ paper එක කරන්න, right? Okay. So then, without wasting much time, we will go through the paper, right? We'll go through the paper and මම අර දෙන Monday class එකේ නේද අභිෂා? Monday class එකේ දෙන paper එක ඔයාලා separate කරන්න. මේ Monday class එකේ දෙන paper එක මම වෙනම check කරලා දෙන්න. ඒක වෙනම කතාවක්. That is only from the particular unit නේ. දැන් මේ Monday අපි පටන් ගන්නවා management. There I will give you the management paper. All the questions will be relating management only. But මේක එහෙම නෑ. Rapid revision එකේ all the 12 right all the grade 12 lessons will be discussed here. මේ හැම එකෙම එන්න පුළුවන් විදිහට තමයි paper එක හදලා තියෙන්නේ. So ආට full recall එකක් කරන්න පුළුවන්. Right. So without further delay we'll move on to this. Right, we'll try to do this without any further delays. Right. So I guess you can sorry. I guess now you can see my screen as well, ne? මගේ screen එක පේනවා කියලා මම හිතනවා. Right. Now I'm expecting, right, Amisha, about the Tisarni and our Atik, right? Right now මම කතා කරන කාලේ ඉවරයි. තාම මාස 4ක් තියෙන්නේ, right? තාම මාස 4ක් තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට මම කතා කරන්න ඕන කාලේ almost දැන් ඉවර වෙගෙන එන්නේ. දැන් ඔයාලගේ පැත්තෙන් මම answers බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා, right? I'm expecting answers from your side as well. Okay. Then starting with the first question, right? Starting with the first question, either you can talk to me or else chat එකේ දාන්න. chat එකේ කියන්නේ මේ everyone කියලා තියෙන්නේ. everyone එකේ දාන්න මොකද individually බලන්න එක කරදරයි, right? everyone කියන එකේ දාන්න. එතකොට හැමෝටම answer එක පේනවානේ, right? Okay. Now we'll start the first question, right? The first question. MCQ nan ya. A local apparel manufacturer, right? A local apparel manufacturer in Negombo imports fabric, processes into designer garments and sells them exclusively to a European retail chain. With classifications, right? Which classification correctly identifies the nature of this production and trade. Now we are dividing according to the nature of the production. Matakkaran, nature of productions. What are the nature of productions that you have? Nature of production. Now it's time to get answers from you guys as well, right? Now I just want the guys to answer first, then I'll go through, okay, this is how you get the answers, right? Answers are pretty fast. So we have, I think, yeah, now it's fine. Any volunteer to answer this? A local apparel manufacturer in Negombo imports raw fabric and processes it into designer garments and sells them exclusively to European retail chains. Which classification correctly identifies the production and trade? Right, what is the nature of production? What is the nature? This is indirect production, right? This is indirect production, and then we are doing export trade, right? We are doing indirect production and we are engaged in export trade. Again, but now understanding here, we import raw materials, we process them and we produce clothes and we sell them. Are we using this for our personal production, our personal consumption? No. Therefore, we call it indirect. අපි විකුණන්න බලන්න මේ හදන්නේ, then that is indirect. අපි මොනවද මේ කරන්නේ? import කරලා පිට රටට export කරනවානේ. අපි import කරලා පිට රටට export කරන right raw fabric ගෙනල්ලා අපි මොනවද කරන්නේ export කරන so then this is considered as right this is considered as indirect production right this is considered as indirect production and it comes under export trade. Diluni, were you able to do the paper? කරන්න පුළුවන් වුණාද paper එක නෑනේ. And Tulasija, right? Only the first part, right? So Tulasija or Suja, I don't know, right? Whether it's a boy or a girl. Now, were you able to complete the paper, Puta? I know, like you just registered yesterday. Time but don't worry. From the next week, from the next paper onwards, you will get the paper 4 days before, right? 4 days before the class. So you will be able to do it. Right. Okay. Now, then we'll move on to the next one. Then the in the first one, they say you are importing fabric, you are making clothes, and then you are exporting it. So you are engaged in indirect production, and then you are exporting goods. So that is the answer there. Number two, the macro environment constantly influences business operations. If the government decides to increase the value-added taxes on imported raw materials, which environmental force is directly impacting the business? What is the environmental factor here? They talk something about increasing value-added taxes. Value-added taxes comes under what? Value-added taxes, what environment, right? What is the environment that it falls under? Atik? Is it political or is it economic? It is economic, yes, correct. This certainly is correct. So this falls under, right? This falls under economic environment, right? This falls under economic environment. Once again, I'm just reminding, the answers evaddi, everyone can chat eකට එවන්න, right? Public chat එකට එවන්න. මම නැත්නම් මෙතන උත්තර පේන්නේ, right? මම chat එකයි screen එකයි ඔක්කොම open කරන්න පොඩ්ඩක් අමාරු නිසා මේ පොඩ්ඩක් මේ answers evaddi everyone can chat එකට එවන්න අමීෂා. Right. And then the next one. So yeah, here it is economy. Let me make a public political. This is not something related to politics, right? This is nothing related to politics, so it is economic. Remember that. A leading Sri Lankan supermarket chain replaces all its single-use plastic shopping bags with durable woven fabric bags that customers bring back for future visits. Which element of the 4R concept of sustainable development is applied here? You are replacing plastic shopping bags with fabric bags. You are replacing all single-use plastic shopping bags with durable fabric bags that customer may use it for future visits. What is the element of the 4R concept used here, applied here? Are you recycling? Are you replacing? Are you reusing, reducing, or recovering? Okay, I got an answer. It is reuse. Any other answers? Reuse will answers in all. Okay, replace is there. Right. Now what we do here, right? Now what we do here, we are replacing plastic bags. Right? We are replacing plastic bags with fabric bags. Right? Plastic bags අයින් කරලා අපි fabric bags replace කරන එක තමයි මෙතන වෙන්නේ. So that means we are replaced. Well, the correct answer would be replaced. And we are replaced. The reuse කියන එක ගන්න බෑ මෙතන, right? Reuse එකත් apply කරන්න පුළුවන්, right? Reuse also can be applied here, but more than reuse, the best possible answer here is replace, because you are replacing plastic bags with fabric bags, right? So you can go to replace it. And number 4, a business formulates its internal code of ethics. It must consider several factors. Which of the following is a social factor that shapes these ethical guidelines? Code of ethics filter. Okay, I got an answer. The purchasing power of market, environment regulations, technology guidelines, religious beliefs, traditions, level of competition in the market. So here, the social cultural factor is the fourth one. The religious beliefs and traditions that the local community is following, right? The answer is number 4. If you go with any other answers apart from this, then that is wrong. Meta social culture ka kata karnawa na, the obvious answer is answer number 4. The religious beliefs and values. Well, when you are preparing code of ethics, remember, when you are preparing code of ethics, one thing that you have to consider is those අපට ඉන්න right community එකේ right වටේ ඉන්න community එකේ religious beliefs and values මොනවාද ඒවා consider කරලා තමයි business කරන්න. So that is a point to remember. And then 5, the central bank Sri Lanka observes a rapid increase in the general price levels of goods and services. To ensure economic and price stability, which combination of monetary tools is most appropriate to implement? There is an increase in the rapid price levels, right? There is a rapid increase in the price levels. What should you do? Price levels to control the price levels, what should you do, Amisha? Okay, and Diluni, Tulasija, and can I have answers from you as well? What should you do if the prices of the economy is increased, right? The prices වැඩි වෙනවා. Is you have to increase the policy interest rates. Yeah, one thing is you have to increase the policy interest rates, and you have to sell the treasury bills and bonds, right? The central bank has to sell the treasury bills and bonds, and the central bank has to increase the policy interest rate. Right? The monetary policy has to increase the interest rates, and you have to sell more treasury bills and bonds. So that is the correct answer. That means it is the answer number 1. Now, when you do this, when you increase the interest rates and when you sell the treasury bills and bonds, what can you do is you are able to minimize the money supply in the economy. If the country is facing a deflation situation, right? If the country is facing a deflation situation, what you should do? At that time, you have to what? Minimize the interest rate. If there is a deflation situation, if there is a deflation situation, you have to minimize the interest rates. Okay, you have to purchase back the treasury bills and bonds. By that, you can boost the economy. Right? Treasury bills and bonds purchase karla, interest rates adu karama, apita economy එක boost කරන්න පුළුවන් when there is a deflation situation, right? So අපිට practically, right, practically මතක හැටියට deflation එකක් තිබ්බ මීට මාස ගානකට කලින් ඔයාලගේ exam එකට දාන්න ඉඩ තියෙනවා. I don't know, right? I'm just predicting questions, right? ඒක clear නේ? By the way, if you don't understand or if I'm speaking, please ask questions, huh? Now here මට මෙතන අලුත් ළමයින්ට ඉන්නේ තිසරණී තුලාසිජ තමයි අලුත් ළමයින්ට ඉන්නේ. So I want you to ask questions or stop me if you don't understand. Now we'll move on to the sixth. Consumer protection is vital in competitive markets. Which of the following acts is considered directly responsible for the consumer rather than a legally defined right? Responsibility of one of the consumer's responsibility rather than consumer right. This is a consumer's responsibility. Anything like that? Consumer responsibility. Rather than this being a consumer's right, this is a consumer's responsibility. Like a consumer තමන්ට කරගන්න ඕන දෙයක්. Something the consumer has to do to himself. The consumer has to examine the expiry date and ingredients of a food package before purchasing. Isn't it right? Isn't it their responsibility? Now, if you are purchasing a good, you have to make sure that you check the expiry date and all. So that is your responsibility, right? The consumer responsibility can never. Shall we just remind 3 responsibilities? මට මතක් කරලා කියන්න. Consumer තියෙන responsibilities මොනවද කියලා? Consumer responsibilities. There are 5 responsibilities. Can you just remind me 3 responsibilities? You need to have critical awareness. You need to have social concern. Critical awareness, social concern, and solidarity. Those are some of the consumers' responsibilities. Over the third lesson. Those are in the third lesson. Go back to the third lesson. You can check them, right? Third lesson. The new ones, you can go through the tutes, right? Tutes third lesson. Consumer responsibilities part. They are social concern, critical awareness, solidarity, right? Those are some of your consumer responsibilities. Responsibilities, right? Those are some of your consumer responsibilities. And I'm just reminding those things so you can recall them. Theoristic recall karagana yanni. Now here in this class I can't go in depth, right? Theory class in depth yannat be, revision class in depth yannat be. So I have to be quick and all. So I'm just recalling certain facts. Amal and Kamal, seventh question. Amal and Kamal form a partnership to operate logistics business. Kamal provides the capital but does not participate in daily management. Amal manages the operations full time. They do not have a written partnership agreement. At the end of the year, Amal demands a salary for 100,000 for his management efforts. According to the partnership ordinance 1890, how should this be resolved? Now, can Amal get a salary? Tell me. Can Amal get a salary? He is a partner. He is working in the partnership. Can Amal get a salary? Partnership ordinance No, very good. You are you are not entitled for a salary. So thereby, right? So thereby, Amal is not entitled for a salary. But what about the profits? The profits has to be shared equally or shared according to a ratio, according to the ordinance. Ordinance the ordinance says it has to be shared equally. So thereby, Amal is not entitled for a salary, but the profits must be shared equally. Third one is the answer. I think answers Haridhar. Did you understand this part? All good? Right. So answer is third one. Right. 8. A large-scale dairy farm in the Western Province acquires, right? Western Province acquires a local company that manufactures yogurt and ice cream. This type of business combination is best classified as a dairy farm, right? A dairy farm and a local company that manufactures ice cream. Dairy farm में कोई ice cream company कोई combined ना. Dairy farm and ice cream company. Huh? A dairy farm, right? Dairy farm में कोई ice cream company है, right? A dairy farm and ice cream company. These two are combined. This is what? Right? Dairy farm is in Udi. They are the raw material providers, and the ice cream company. Huh? When the main join na what kind of a combination is this? It is a shape a dairy and a ice cream. Vertical combination. Where is the Amisha? It is not horizontal. This is vertical combination. Okay, vertical. The answer is 4. Very good. Right? It is a vertical forward integration now. Here, make idea that vertical forward. Backward then, right? If there is a distributor, let's say there is an ice cream distributor. If there is a distributor, right? If there is a distributor, if this ice cream company and the distributor is combining, that is vertical. I'm sorry, wait, this is not vertical. Wait. This is sorry. Forget this. Forget the question. A large-scale dairy farm in the Western Province acquires a local company that manufactures ice cream. Then we have a rating, right? Not this side. They have a rating. Questioning on the rating, right? The dairy farm is acquiring this, right? The dairy farm is acquiring this. Look at this. Balanna. The dairy farm is acquiring this ice cream company. The raw material manufacturer is this. The outlet is this, right? This is the outlet. Okay. This is the outlet. This is the raw material manufacturer. When these two combine, this is a vertical. This is a vertical combination. Made in the joint again, a vertical combination. Habai, dairy farm, right? Dairy farm में ice cream company का करना क्या है? It is a forward combination, right? It is a vertical forward combination. It is a vertical forward combination. හැබැයි question එක මෙහෙම තිබ්බොත් හොඳට අහගන්න වරදින්න පුළුවන් chances මේවා, right? These are the points that you can go wrong. If the question says, very carefully අහගන්න, if the question says the ice cream company is combining with the dairy farm, If the ice cream company is combining with the dairy farm, then that becomes a vertical, and then that becomes a vertical backward. Right? Then at that situation, it becomes a vertical backward. But here, the dairy company is going for the ice cream, right? මෙයාලා තමයි ice cream company එක ගන්න. Then that becomes a vertical forward combination. So that is the answer number 4. Right? The answer number 4. Is this question clear, everyone? Tisarni, fine. Amisha, others? Yes, good. Then 9. An individual identifies that a significant amount of agricultural waste in the village is being burned, causing pollution. They develop a method to process this waste into eco-friendly packaging material, securing funds and launching a profitable venture. This scenario best illustrates what happens here. You identify, right? An individual is identifying there is agricultural waste and they are creating pollution. You come up with a solution to make eco-friendly packaging. Then, what is this entrepreneurship type? Right? What is this entrepreneurship type? Someone says this is corporate social responsibility. This is regarding something. This is something regarding green entrepreneurship, right? Make idea. Green entrepreneurship, right? This is something regarding green entrepreneurship. Okay. So this is not CSR. CSR wage tama, but CSR other, right? But here what happens is you are introducing, right? You are introducing a new method. We are developing a new method where you can use the waste into eco-friendly packaging, right? Wage waste එක eco-friendly packaging වලට convert කරන්න පුළුවන් technology එක පාවිච්චි. So because of that, this falls under green entrepreneurship, not CSR. 10. In the entrepreneurial process, the phase where the entrepreneur actively gathers required factors of production, such as securing a bank loan, leasing a premise, and hiring staff, falls under what? Collecting the factors of production, right? When it comes to the entrepreneurial process, collecting the factors of production is falling under. It is falling under what? Discovery, concept development, harvesting, resourcing, actualization. What is this? Factors of production collect करने को तो we start to collect factors of production when you are resourcing, right? When you are resourcing, that is where you are collecting the factors of production, right? Discovery, concept development, resourcing, actualization, harvesting. Those are the 5 steps. In entrepreneurship, what are the 5 steps? Is it concept development, resourcing, actualization, and harvesting. Those are the 5 steps of entrepreneurship process. They are collecting the factors of production, right? Collecting the factors of production falls under the resourcing, right? Resourcing valdama collecting factors of production matter. Small and medium enterprises face numerous challenges. Which of the following is considered a primary internal factor that frequently leads to the failure of small business? What is the reason, right? What is the main factor which causes failures. Internal factor का कहानी, right? Internal fact. Yes, that is correct, Sahrudeen. That is the number 5. Lack of proper financial record keeping and cash flow management. Methodology not is tokkum, right? All the other factors that I have given here are what? All the factors I have given here, others are external. But the only internal factor that you can identify here is the lack of proper financial records. හරියට financial management කරන්නේ නැති නිසා තමයි ඔන්න ඔය වැඩේ වෙන්නේ, right? The business is failed due to the poor financial management. So answer is number 5. 12. Various state institutions support SME development in Sri Lanka. The institution primarily responsible for providing technical training and facilitating access to industrial. Answer for the 9th one. Wait, I will go back. 9th one. 9th one, it is 5. Green entrepreneurship. For 9, it is answer number. Sorry, not 5. Green entrepreneurship. For answer, yeah, question number 9. The answer is number 3. Green entrepreneurship. Okay. Yeah, going back to 12. Various institutions that provide SME development in Sri Lanka, the primary responsible for providing technical training, facilitating access to industrial estates, and offering advisory services to local industries are, like, making our keyword, like, when you are reading the question itself, you can understand what is it. May offers, right? Offers industrial, offers access to industrial estates, offer local industries කියලා කතා කරද්දී automatically මාට answer එකට යන්න පුළුවන් industrial development board ගැන තමයි කතා කරන්නේ. Right? Automatically you can go for the answer. They are talking about the industrial development board. Okay. If it is something regarding exports, then you have to go for the export development board. If it is something regarding standards, you have to go for the SLSR. If it is something regarding the customers, you have to go for the Consumer Affairs Authority. And if it is regarding something related to investments, you can go for BOI. Thirdly, a business owner holds a significant amount of cash in current account. Due to sudden national crisis, the currency rapidly loses its purchasing power within weeks. In this situation, which is the fundamental function of money that has primarily failed? The country has lost the value of the currency. Right? The country has lost the purchasing power of the currency. So what is the function that this money has failed? මේ සල්ලි වල මොන ෆන්ක්ෂන් එකද මිස් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ? Is it medium of exchange, unit of account, standard of deferred payment, store of value, or measure of value? Yes, Hari. You are going for the store of value, right? This is something regarding the store of value. සල්ලි වල වටිනාකම අඩු වෙලා, right? The value of the money has gone down. Due to that, you are unable to purchase goods and services as well. When the value of the money is going down, you are unable to purchase goods and services as well. So the answer will be number 4, right? The answer is number 4, store of value. 15. A check issued to Ruan is crossed with the words not negotiable. Ruan later endorses this check to someone to settle a debt. Someone accepts it in good faith. Which statement correctly describes the legal standing of this transaction? Now, simply, if it is not negotiable, what happens? If it is not negotiable check, it is where the person who gets the check, right? The person who gets the check is not getting a better title, right? The person who gets the check is not getting a better title than the person who issued the check. Check එක issue කරපු කෙනාට වඩා ඔයාට හොඳ title එකක් හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. That is what not negotiable. So then, according to these answers, which one is correct? Okay, can I explain it once? Yes, okay. Now look at this. I'll just simply explain what is I'll just simply explain what is not negotiable. Another, right? Now we'll say there is A, right? There is person A. He is issuing a check to B, right? He is issuing a check to B with the crossing not negotiable. Right? Not negotiable එක crossing එකක් දාලා ඔන්න A B ට check එකක් දෙනවා. What happens there? This B, right? This B, අපි කියමු check එක නැති වුණා කියලා. He is losing his check. He is losing his check. Now, this check is now stolen by C. Right? This check is stolen by C. Once this check is stolen, this C uses this check to buy something, right? He is buying, right? He is buying something from D, right? On a D again, on a purchase term. This is the drawer. This is the payee, right? The drawer is issuing a check to the payee, but the payee is losing the check. It is stolen by C. C now uses this check to buy something from D. D hitanawa, right? D thinks this is a genuine check from C, right? D thinks that this is a genuine check from C. But is it actually genuine? No, this is stolen one. Even though, right? Even though he is getting the check with innocence, even though he's getting the check with innocence, D cannot get a better title, right? D cannot get a better title than the check from the drawer, right? When drawer the title, right? The drawer the ownership picker, when drawer the ownership picker, data ganda. Why? It is stolen. Does C have a good title for the check? No, the C also doesn't have a good title for the check. Beta Tina right? Beta Tina Alithia. Beta Tina Alithia, right? Beta Tina ownership title seater, nah, because it is stolen. Okay, so that is what not negotiable means. The person who gets the check is not having a better title than the owner of the check, right? So here, what happens? Someone can deposit the check, right? Someone can deposit the check, okay? But he does not get a better title than Ruan. May Ruan Tawada, right? Ruan Tawada, හොඳ ටයිටල් එකක් සමන්ට හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. රුවන්ට වඩා මේ ඩ්‍රෝවර් තියෙන තරම් right ඩ්‍රෝවර් තියෙන තරම් ටයිටල් එකක් චෙක් එකට මෙන්න මේ සමන්ට හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. He can take money, no problem. Right? He can take money, no problem. But he is not getting a better title than the drawer itself. Okay? Make it top body part. Right? There's another small part. If I tell it now, you will confuse. So, एक ध्यान ये पा. Mama, sir, our next paper so our questions then we will discuss that part as well. If not, you will kind of confuse. Just remember that the moment. If it is not negotiable, the person who gets the check is not getting a better title than the owner itself. That's the understanding. So the answer here will be answer number 2. The answer is number 2. Did you understand that, Uta? Right. So then, I have discussed, right? Mom, make a discuss if I can remember in unit number 7. Revision 7 ke mom make discuss right? So I have given you the LMS access ne. LMS access ke unit 7 eකට ගිහිල්ලා මේකේ recording එක බලන්න. Right? You can go through the recording for this. There I have explained what this what you call not negotiable check crossing එක මොකක්ද කියලා මම එතන හරියට explain කරලා තියෙනවා. ආඩ access එක තියෙනවා ඒ access එක අරගෙන බලන්න. Right? Okay. Then next question 15. A manufacturing firm requires heavy-duty generators for a specific temporary project lasting 6 months. They do not wish to own the asset or bear the maintenance cost. What is the most appropriate financing method? Your company wants a what? Heavy-duty generator. But you don't want to own it, you don't want to maintain it. You just want to use it. What is the most appropriate leasing method that you can go for? IT කරගන්න කැමති maintenance ගෙවන්න කැමතිත් නැහැ. මොකද්ද හොඳම option එක? The best option for this is right. The best option for what you call this method is the operating lease. When you are engaged in operating lease, when you are engaged in operating lease, you are not required to maintain the asset. Like when you are engaged in operating lease, you are not required to maintain the asset, or you are not required to own the asset. What asset එකේ අයිතිකාරත්වය හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ. What asset එකේ maintenance බලන්න ඕනෙත් නැහැ. You can use the asset. So thereby here the answer is number 3. It is operating lease. However, if it is finance lease, you get the ownership. Also, you have to maintain the asset. If it is a finance lease, you get the ownership and you have to maintain the asset as well. So we'll move on to the next question. Lanka Pay system facilitates various electronic fund transfers. Which system allows an individual to transfer funds instantly between different commercial banks on 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days? Instant fund transfer කරන්න පුළුවන් මොකේද? Which one? Instant transfers. Now we are transferring money online banks, right? Through online banking, we are transferring money, right? So what is the system that we use? We are using the SLIPS, RTGS, SWIFT, CRIB, or the SWIFT. Which one? No, we are using the common electronic fund transfer. We are using the SWIFT, right? CEFT. Up use that CEFT. Common electronic fund transfer. ළමයි මේක ලියාගන්නකො. වෙනත් ලියාගන්න. මම මේ උත්තරේ හොයාගන්න ලේසි වෙන්න මේ කියලා දෙන්නේ, right? උත්තරේ හොයාගන්න ලේසි වෙන්න මම මේ කියලා දෙන්නේ. If it is instant fund transfer, right? If it is instant fund transfer, SWIFT එක ගාවෙන් ලියාගන්න instant fund transfer කියන. Instant fund transfer තියෙන SWIFT එක. හරිද? Instant fund transfers වල instant fund transfer කරන්න පුළුවන් SWIFT එක CEFT. Slips එකේ තියෙන්නේ in slips what is they have is predetermined transfers. In slips what you do is you do predetermined transfers. ඒ කියන්නේ මාසේ පඩිය every month 50000ක් ඔයාගේ account එකට රැඳෙනවා. එහෙම determine කරලා තියෙනවා. පඩිය 50000ක් ඔයාගේ account එකට එනවා කියලා. So predetermined නම් that is slips. Okay. If it is predetermined slips, if it is instant transfers, that is SWIFT. හරි. එතකොට එහෙම හොයාගන්න පුළුවන් නේ. ඒවා තමයි keywords. Those are keywords. මතක තියාගන්න. If you want me to repeat, please ask me. 17. An importer issues a shipment of electronic goods against damage by seawater. During the voyage, the ship encounters severe storm. To prevent ship from sinking, the captain orders a heavy piece of machinery to be thrown overboard, which crashes into the electronic goods, destroying them. The insurance company rejects the claim. What is the principle of insurance justifying this rejection? Why did the insurance company reject this? Insurance ek aran tiyenawa, right? We have taken an insurance for the electronic goods damaged by seawater, right? We have taken a, right? We have taken a what you call insurance damaged by seawater, but still your insurance is rejecting this. Why claim to reject kar? Why? What is the principle for this rejection? It is, yes, correct. Proximate cause. The principle of proximate cause. Why? Api seawater kila gattana me damaged by seawater kila gattata. What happens here? There is a what did it this heavy piece of machinery is the one which did damage the goods, right? Due to a heavy piece of machinery, the goods were damaged. That is the problem. So, damage by seawater in insurance policy again, given ne. So, the answer is number 5. Principle of proximate cause. 18. An employee is severely injured while operating newly installed machinery at a factory during the employer's failure to provide safety gear. The employee is legally obligated to compensate the employee. What is the insurance type to cover this liability? What is the type of insurance that you need? That is, yes, the employee liability, right? You need the employee liability to cover these kinds of losses. If anything happens to your employees, the employee liability is there to compensate the employees. Correct. Good. Number 19. A factor issues a complex technical manual to unskilled machine operators. The operators misunderstand the instruction and cause the machine breakdown. In the communication process, the primary reason for this failure is lack of machine operators letter, the unskilled machine operators letter, instructions dila dino. But those instructions were not clear. That is the problem. They misunderstood the instructions. So the reason for the failure is lack of clarity and appropriate selection of media. Right? It is due to the lack of clarity and appropriate selection of the media. That is the issue which caused this. The misunderstanding of this message was caused due to the lack of clarity and the wrong media that has been used. So the problem is there. So for 19, the answer is number 3. _20. The commercial bank sends an automated SMS alert to the account holders notifying them of scheduled system maintenance. This action is categorized as the commercial bank is right. The commercial bank is what you call communicating with the external parties, like the customers, right? When the commercial bank is sending SMS to their customers, this falls under external communication, and this is a SMS. Then it falls under electronic. So external electronic communication medium, right? It is external electronic communication. So that is answer number 2. Soft drinks company, soft drinks manufacturing company utilizes a specific logistics system to collect empty glass bottles from retailers to transport them back to the factory for sterilization and reuse. This process is identified as Aliya beam. Aliya beam මොකද කරන්නේ? බිව්වට පස්සේ බෝතල් ටික ආයෙ යවනවා. For sterilization. බෝතල් ටික ආයෙ clean කරලා ආයෙ පුරවලා යවනවා. What is that? Yeah, Delhi are correct. You are using this for reverse logistics, right? This process is what you call as reverse logistics, right? This process is called as reverse logistics. Answer is number 4. Beam bottle tika producer එකෙන් shop එකට එනවා, customer ගේ අතට එනවා. Customer beam එක බොනවා. Once the customer is consuming, he is sending back the bottle to the manufacturer. Ne? That is what happens, ne? Glass bottles. I'm not talking about the plastics. About the glass bottles. It goes back to the company. It is a reverse logistics system. That is reverse logistics system. Right. And then next one. 22. When transporting bulk stock of perishable vegetables from Noraliya to Damulla, a dedicated economic center, businessmen generally prefer road transportation over railway transportation. What is the primary reason for this? What is the primary reason? Right? What is the primary reason for choosing road transport instead of railway? Low risk, high capacity, flexibility, traffic, schedules. What could be the reason? It is the flexibility, right? Due to the flexibility of door-to-door services, these vegetable businesses, they are preferring roadway transport, right? එළවලු එනකොට මොනවද කරන්නේ? ගෙවල් ගාන ගිහිල්ලා විකුණනවා සමහර කට්ටිය. කොල්ලේ දාලා විකුණලා, right? You selling the market And after that, if you have vegetables in the right, if you have remaining vegetables, what do they do? එයාලා ඔය ගමේ පාරක් ගාන ගිහිල්ලා ලොරිය තියාගෙන එළවලු ඉන්නවා. Due to the flexibility, right? So due to the flexibility of door-to-door services, they are choosing road transport. #23. As Sri Lankan businessman imports high-grade tea from Kenya, it is bonded warehouse in its bonded warehouse at the Colombo port without paying import tariffs, blend with silo tea, and subsequently ships the blended product to the Middle East. The trade activity is defined as you are importing tea from Kenya, you are keeping it in the warehouse without paying import tariffs, you are resending it to Middle East, right? You are resending it to Middle East. What is the answer? Does this product come inside the country? Is it coming inside the country? No. Kenya වලින් import කරන tea country ඇතුළට එන්නේ නැහැ. You keep it in the bonded warehouse, right? You are keeping it in the bonded warehouse. You process this tea inside the bonded warehouse and then you send it back to Middle East. So, thereby, this export method, right? This export method is called as entrepot trade. This export method is called as entrepot trade. In case ඔයාලා make a country ඇතුළට අරන් එනවා, right? If you bring the tea inside the country, then at that situation, right? At that situation, this falls under, right? At that situation, this falls under re-export. But here you are not doing that. Here you are just what you call importing it, keeping it in the warehouse, and then you are re-exporting. So you are exporting it back. So that is entrepot trade. මතක් වෙනව නේද entrepot එකේ re-export එකේ වෙනස? entrepot warehouse එකේ තියාගන්නවා country එකට ගියන්නේ නැහැ. re-export country එක ඇතුළට අරන් එනවා process කරනවා or නැතා then you send it. Based on whether you are bringing it inside the country or not, the entrepot and re-export changes. Right. 24. The Consumer Affairs Authority of Sri Lanka acts to ensure fair market competition and protect the public. Which of the following is a direct power vested in the CAA? Consumer Affairs Authority එකට power එකක් කියන්න බෑ මෙතන. What is the power that the Consumer Affairs Authority have? Is it fixing maximum prices? Is it issuing SLS? Is it controlling money supply? Formulating budget? Or auditing statements? The correct answer is the power that the authority has is the fixation of the fixing of maximum retail prices, right? Fixing maximum retail prices is the answer. Okay. Last MCQ. A local shoe manufacturer wishes to pay their monthly employee provident fund contribution directly to the central bank through an online portal. The transaction flow falls under which e-commerce model? The business is directly paying to the government using internet. What is the e-commerce model that is used here? It is business to government, right? It is business to government. The business is directly paying. The business is directly paying the EPF to the central bank itself. Okay, through the online portal. Business to government, right? The business is using e-commerce to do transactions with the government. So that is B2G. B2G, G2C, right? All questions in the below, right? Those kinds of questions can come. Right. Next, fill in the blanks. So for this, I need your I need answers from you for this. Now, answers type karanna, right? Answers type karanna, but before that, I need answers from you guys. Human blank are basic physiological requirements essential for survival, while human blanks are specific forms or methods utilized to satisfy those requirements. Human needs and human wants, right? Human needs and human wants. Correct. Mining and quarrying can be classified under what? Mining and quarrying is classified under what? Based on the nature of production, it is classified under what? And based on the sector, what is it? Yes. Mining and quarrying falls under primary production, right? Primary production. And the nature is the industrial. It is industrial sector. Good. The three fundamental pillars, right? The three fundamental pillars of sustainable development is that modern business must balance. Modern business must balance the economic environment and sustainable development economic, environmental and social. Good. The demand for, right, 27B, the demand for goods services created based on plan, further it is converted into effective demand through plan. Demand is created based on what? Demand is created based on આપણે ગુડ ડે સર્વિસ એક ડિમાન્ડ કરવાની આવી. It is based on needs. Further, it is converted into effective demand through what? Effective demand through demand. Effective demand එක මොනවද? මම කලිනුත් කියලා දෙලා තියෙනවා මේක. Demand, if you want to make it effective demand, what should be there? Economic students. Econ කරන ළමයි. Econ කරන ළමයි මේකට ආන්සර් එකක් දෙන්න ඕන. Demand එකක් effective demand කරන්න මොනවද උඩ? You need purchasing power. Yes, purchasing power. You need purchasing power. Right? It is based on needs and it is then purchasing power. Next one, the government utilizes blank policy to implement blank policy implemented through taxation and public expenditure alongside implemented by central bank to regulate money supply. What are the two policies here? What are two policies that is related? The government utilizes blank policy implemented through taxation and public expenditure alongside blank policy implemented by central bank to regulate money supply. Taxations මොනවාටද use කරන්නේ? Government is using the fiscal policy for taxation and what? Monetary policy for the monetary policy to control the money supply. Monetary policy to implement the money supply. Good. මෙව්වා පුතේ මතක නැත්තම් දැන් මතක් කරගන්න කාලය හරියට මේ මාස 4 වැඩ කරන්න අපිට මැච් එකක් නැතුව රයිට් ගේමක් නැතුව ඒකට යන්න පුළුවන් right if you work according to the plan right papers ටික හරියට කරලා short notes ටික බලාගෙන හරියට වැඩ ටික කරන්න ගත්තොත් right short notes ටික tunes ටික recordings ටික බලලා හරියට වැඩ කරන්න ගත්තොත් මගේ පැත්තෙන් BS එකට මට ඒකක් ඔයාලට ගන්න උදව් කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒකක් ගන්නවද නැත්ද කියන එක ඔයාලගේ වැඩක් right ඔයාලා වැඩේ බහැලා කරොත් මගේ වැඩේ මගේ පැත්තේ මම බහැලා කරනවානේ right මට අද ෆ්‍රී එකේ ආතල් එකේ ඉන්න පුළුවන් දවසේ මම ෆ්‍රී එකක් පාස් මේ දමලා ගහලා මම ඔයාලට රැපිඩ් රිවිෂන් එකක් පටන් ගමු කියලා පටන් ගන්නවා right so I want you to give the fullest commitment for this 16 weeks only සති 16යි මම වැඩි ඉල්ලන්නේ නැහැ දවස් 16යි ඉල්ලන්නේ මේ දවස් 16 මැච් එකක් ගහනවා ඒකත් අනිවාර්ය දෙපා ගහන්න පුළුවන් right advance personal income tax is collected by whom advance personal income tax affect taxes කවුද charge කරන්නේ who is charging affect it is the which department the affect is charged by the inland bank inland revenue අම්මේ මතක නැද්ද and it is functioning under which government levels තුනක් තියෙනවා මොනවාද levels තුන central government provincial council local the inland revenue is now acting under the central it is working under the central government is this clear right මේවා හරිද ඔයාලා තේරුණාද do you want any explanations here and there let me know okay good hi central government provincial council local government local government කියලා කියන්නේ මේ urban councils වගේ දේවල් ඒවට තමයි local government නගර සභා වගේ දේවල් තියෙන්නේ urban councils so that is under coming under local government Right. According to the Business Name Ordinance number 6 of 1918, the sole proprietorship must be registered at the where should you register the sole proprietorship? At the unknown. Business register and unknown. So the Divisional Secretariat Office, right? You have to go to the Divisional Secretariat Office, DSO. You have to go to the DSO. If the business name is different from the full name of the owner, right? You have to go to the DSO. The accounts of cooperative businesses have been audited by cooperative business accounts audit karanne kawuda? Who is doing the audit? It is the cooperative societies, right? Cooperative societies, how the audit karanne? It is audited by the Auditor General. Right? Cooperative societies are audited by the Auditor General. And who has appointed them? Right? Who has appointed this? It is appointed by the Cooperative Development, right? Cooperative Development Department. Auditor General and Cooperative Development Department. That is the words, those are the words. You can go back to Unit 4, right? Unit 4 එකට ගිහිල්ලා cooperative societies lesson එක බලන්න. The entrepreneurial trait which individual refuses to give up despite encountering initial failures or the severe market challenges is recognized as entrepreneurial trait where individual refuses to give up. වැඩේ අතාරින්නේ නැහැ. දැන් ඔයාලා වගේ. Now these days, right? These days you should not give up. Right? දැන් ඔයාලට හිතේ අයියෝ මම ටර්ම් ටෙස්ට් ලිව්වා ලකුණු නැහැ. මම ස්පර්ශයි කරා ලකුණු නැහැ. මෙව ඉන්නා මෙතන ඉන්නා කට්ටියනේ. මම ස්පර්ශයි කරා ලකුණු නැහැ. මම ටර්ම් ටෙස්ට් ලිව්වා ලකුණු නැහැ. Don't be like that. Now you have to have this particular commitment. You need to have commitment. It is a feature of an entrepreneur where he is not giving up, right? He is not giving up no matter what the problem arises, right? මොන ප්‍රශ්නයක් වැඩේ අතරින් නැතුව වැඩේ අල්ලගෙන කරගෙන යනවා. So that is what we call commitment. So you need to have that commitment in your life right now, and so here the answer will be commitment. Right? The answer is commitment. No matter what kind of failures comes, you need to be committed these days. Persistence ගන්න එපා. Persistence ගන්න එපා කියන්නේ the word that we use is commitment, right? The word that we use is commitment. So go with commitment. Don't go for persistence. අපේ syllabus එකේ describe කරන්නේ මේ word එකකින්. So they need the exact word. මේ මොනවාද? Fill in the blanks වල අවුල එක තමයි you need the exact word. Commitment is the one. And then the next one. The creativity which positively, right, which give positive natural environment is. The creativity which gives positive impact on natural environment is green entrepreneurship, right? It is green entrepreneurship. And the innovative actions of who are working in an organization is intra-entrepreneurship. Right? It is intra-entrepreneurship. The primary criteria used in Sri Lanka to quantitatively distinguish small business from large scale business is the annual. Small business එකයි large business එකයි බෙදන්නේ මොනවා වලින්ද? Based on the annual. Based on the annual. අමීෂා මට උත්තරේ කියන්නකෝ මේකට. Small business එකයි large business එකයි අපි differentiate කරන්නේ කොහොමද? Based on the annual. Atik. Based on the annual revenue. Based on the annual revenue. If the annual revenue is more than 750 million, right? If the annual revenue is more than 750 million, you call it a large scale business. If the annual revenue is less than 750, it is a small or medium scale business. And the total number of turnover is also okay. Turnover is also okay. Yeah? Turnover naththam revenue, right? Revenue naththam turnover. Same meaning. Annual turnover or annual revenue. දෙකම අවුලක් නැහැ ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. And the total number of employees. Employees ලා කීයක් ඉන්න ඕනද? මේක නම් differ වෙනවා. This changes according to the industry. Census and statistics කියනවා if the number of employees are less than 25, it's a small business. සමහර කට්ටිය කියනවා if the employees are less than 50, it's a small business, right? It changes according to the sector and all, right? So don't think about that. Just remember the turnover and the number of employees are two benchmarks that we are using to classify businesses whether they are small or large. If it is revenue, you have to have less than 750 million to be a small business. If it is more than 750, it is considered as a large scale business. Blank cannot issue shares and debentures to the public and its liability is limited to the value of blank. What is this? Card the shares and issue debentures issue කරන්න බැරි. Tisarani, to whom you can't issue shares and debentures? It is to the what companies? To which type of organizations they can't issue shares? Card the share general public share issue කරන්න බැරි. It is to the private limited cannot issue shares and debentures to the public, and its liability is limited to the value of share issued. Right? Private limited companies, they can't issue shares to the general public. They can issue shares only to the friends and family. Right? Friends and family ලාට විතරයි shares issue කරන්න පුළුවන්. General public shares issue කරන්න බෑ. And also these companies liability is limited to the capital that they have invested or the shares that they have issued, right? එයාලගේ shares කොච්චරක් issue කරලා දිනවද ඒකට එයාලගේ liability එක limit වෙනවා. Clear? Matakad? Matakunad? Matakad කියලා හන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. දැන් මතකයි මේවා. All I have to do is just remind you. මේ දැන් මේ ඇඟ මතක් කරලා දෙන එක කරන්න. හා මතකද කියලා ඇඟිල්ලෙන් ඇන මතක් කරලා දෙන එක කරන්න. High liquid financial assets that are not physically cash themselves but can be quickly and easily converted into cash without a significant loss of value are referred to as what? I need answers. මම කතා කරා ඇති. ඔයාලා කතා කරන්න ඕනද? Yes. It is near money. Good. ඔය කතා කරන්නේ. It is near money. ඒක සල්ලි වගේ හැබැයි සල්ලිත් නෙමෙයි යා. near money එක සල්ලි වගේ but සල්ලි නෙමෙයි. The primary objective of central bank under the Central Bank Act number 16 of 2023 is blank, and blank scheme is mandatory for the welfare of the depositor. මට ඕකෙන් කියන්නකෝ what is the primary objective of central bank? Primary objective of the central bank is what the primary objective? It is to the primary objective is price stability. Right? You want to ensure the price stability. Right? You want to ensure the price stability in the economy. And this is something new. Make aluth දෙයක්. Right? මේ additional දෙයක් මම කියලා දෙන්නේ. මට අහන්න පුළුවන් I don't know. Right? අහන්න පුළුවන් I don't know. Now you call it as deposit insurance scheme. Deposit insurance scheme. මොකක්ද ඒ? ඇවිල්ලා insurance scheme එකක්. That is the insurance scheme for the deposits that you maintain in banks. Right? The commercial banks, right? The commercial banks ඒවල ඔයාලා දැන් සල්ලි ඉන්වෙස්ට් කරනවානේ. If something happens to the commercial banks, the deposit insurance scheme will pay the depositor, right? Will pay the depositor up to a value of 1.1 million. ලක්ෂ 11ක් ගෙවන්න බැඳිලා ඉන්නවා. Right? Will ඔයාලා ලක්ෂ 50ක් දාලා බැංකුව බම්කලොත් උනොත් ඔයාලා ලක්ෂ 11ක් හම්බ වෙනවා. That is the deposit insurance scheme. Right? That is the deposit insurance scheme. Okay, so here there are two answers: price stability and deposit insurance. Now, deposit insurance කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? It is where the central bank is assuring if the banking system fails, but if the banking system fails, the depositors will get a compensation. Right? The depositors will get a compensation up to a value of 1.1 million only. ලක්ෂ 11ක් හම්බ වෙනවා එච්චරයි. ඊට වඩා සතයක්වත් ඔයාලට හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. The insurance principle of blank dictates that after an insurer fully compensates the insured for a total loss, the legal ownership rights of the damaged property transfers to the insurer. Make insurance කරද්දි කරා මොකද්ද? What is the principle? The right to compensate the insured goes to the insurer. You can't get compensation from other parties. අනිත් අයගෙන් දැන් සල්ලි ගන්න බෑ. කෙලින්ම insurance company විතරයි සල්ලි ගන්න පුළුවන්. What is this insurance? What is this insurance principle? It is called as if you want compensation, you can get compensation only from the insurance company. You can't get insurance compensation from others. What is this insurance principle? Subrogation. Lamai, what is this? If you do due to the subrogation principle, the insurer will compensate the insured, and all other sources of compensation will be taken away from by the insurer. Right? Insurance company again, due to the subrogation principle. Is it clear? Subrogation principle, is it clear? Do you want me to explain it further? Is there any? And Tulasija, oh, Sija, I don't know. Right? Okay. You understood? Okay. So if you want an explanation, tell me, I'll explain. If not, I'm moving to the next part. Okay, I'll explain this. Subrogation. Right. Now, right? In one take, right? Take it to your mind. Then we'll make a definition part. Right? This is not a thing that you remember by definitions. Right? Definitions part. Make a story understand. Right? You have to understand the story. Now, for example, let's say, okay, this is right. There is the person A, right? Person A in there is person B. And the person B, right? The person A meets an accident with this vehicle. This is our insured, right? This is our insured, right? This is our insured. Okay, our insured is this, and he meets an accident with this particular vehicle. And now who comes? The insurer. Insurance company, the insurance company is there. This person, right? The person who caused the accident is there. And then side mirror. You have the side mirror. The side mirror is there. Okay. The broken side mirror. The insured can get compensation. The insured can get money from this person. Insured can get money by selling the side mirror. The insured can get money from the insurance company itself. There are three sources of compensation. But according to subrogation, principle, the insured has to obtain compensation only from the insurer, right? The insurer will be compensated, right? According to subrogation principle, the insurer will be compensating the insurer. Right? When you get money from the insurer, now you can't sell this, right? Now you can't sell this side mirror. You can't obtain, right? You can't obtain money from this, what you call, the person who hit you, right? Accident with chicken, right? Accident when they make damage which items, all this has to be given to the insurance company, right? All the rights have to be given to the insurance company. The insurance company will sell this. Insurance company will get money from this. Have after salary insured salary insurance company only the insurance company will be paid to the insured. All other sources of income will be the right of the insurer. Clear? This story is what we call as subrogation. This story is what we call as subrogation. Is it clear? Yeah, now, if you are not clear, go back, right? I will send you the recordings. May part right? Insurance lesson make part explain right? That's another process. They can first our process it takes time to explain that. So you can go back to the insurance lesson. They are explaining how this subrogation works. You can watch the recording there, right? So you will understand better in that. Okay. All right. B, right? 33B, it says blank insurance covers, blank insurance covers the losses for the all parties related to a motor vehicle, and blank insurance policy covers only the losses for the third party. What is that? Full insurance, right? Yes. Full insurance policy and third party. Third party insurance policy covers losses for the third party. Okay. Full insurance, so tanamak api comprehensive insurance we call it full insurance or comprehensive insurance as well. No problem. 34. The element in which the element in the communication process that indicates how the receiver has interpreted the message and allow the sender to confirm understanding is the among their right. What here is now if I explain something, I'm asking whether you understood or not, right? Yes, sir, I understood. What is that? It is your. When I ask you if you understood, you say me yes, or you say no. It is the feedback. Yes, it is the feedback that you give. Confirm it's a feedback. Facial expression is a example for what communication method? Facial communication is, there are three communication methods. Oral, written, and signs and symbols. Oral, written, and signs and symbols. Facial expression is a sign and symbol. Face-to-face conversation is a yes. Face-to-face is a verbal communication. Oral or verbal. Oral or verbal. Signs and symbols and oral or verbal communication. $35. The international trade document issued by a shipping company to an exporter, serving as a receipt for the goods accepted for sea carriage. Sorry. Accept of sea carriage, and a document of title is known as shipping company, right? Shipping exporter from the ship. What is given to the exporter? We are giving a බඩු ටික ship එකට දැම්මා මොනවද හම්බෙන්නේ අපිට? The goods are loaded to the ship. What is the document that you get? You call it the bill of lading. Hari, the bill of lading. They call it the bill of lading. Bill of lading කියන්නේ මොනවාද? When the exporter, right? When the exporter is loading the goods to the ship captain will issue a document to the exporter, and this document is what we call as bill of lading. වා බඩු ටික නැවට පටවපු ගමන් ඔයාට document එකක් හම්බ වෙනවා. This document is what we call as bill of lading. Okay? B. In international trade, blank is used to send a quotation to the importer before confirming the sale, and blank is a document that the bank confirms to pay the money which is to be paid by the imported. It is you call, right, in international trade, an invoice, right? An invoice is used to send a quotation to the importer before confirming the sale, and the letter of credit. The letter of credit is a document that is used to confirm the payment, right? Invoice and the letter of credit. Right, short answers for the following. Right, short answers for document. Right. Provide for criteria how you can classify. That lesson is trade lesson. This question is from our 11th lesson, trade. And then so 4 criteria used to classify businesses. One is based on ownership. Okay, there is ownership. Ownership, objective, scale. Ownership, objective, scale. Then sector, right? Based on the ownership, based on the objective, based on the scale, based on the sector, based on the nature of production, right? Based on those things, you can classify businesses, right? State for responsibilities of consumers. Right? I did ask you responsibilities of customers. Now, right? Tell me back the answers. Give me back the answers. Uttar dekhiye. Social concern. Social concern. Critical awareness. Critical awareness, yes. Active participation, yes. And concern for community. concern community කියලා එකකුත් තියෙනවා. තව එකක් තියෙනවා solidarity. Solids නෙමෙයි කවුද මම දැක්ක solid කියලා එකක් තියෙනවා solid නෙමෙයි. It is solidarity, yeah. Environmental awareness is there, right? Environmental awareness, solidarity. Okay, typing errors. Okay, fine. Social concern, critical awareness, active participation, solidarity. Yeah. So those are the 4 responsibilities of consumers. Now the next question. State 4 types of liability insurance. Liability insurance types nothing. 4 types of liability insurance. 4 types of liability insurance. What are the liability insurance types? You have product liability. Product liability na tamanati. Product liability. General liability. Product liability, general liability, employers liability. And there is another one, professional, right? Professional liability, right? There was another one. Remember, it is, you call it as professional liability. ඒ කියන්නේ ડોක්ටර් කෙනෙක්ගේ අතින් මොන හරි වෙනවා. ලෝයර් කෙනෙක්ගේ අතින් මොන හරි වෙනවා. right? ඒ වගේ මොකක්ද ප්‍රොෆෙෂන් කෙනෙක් right මොකක්ද ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් කෙනෙක්ගේ like යාගේ ජොබ් එකෙන් මොකක් හරි liability එකක් වෙනවා. So that is the professional liability, right? That is what you call the professional liability. Right? Okay. So මේක ලියාගන්න. Product liability, general liability, employer's liability, professional liability, right? Those are some liability insurance that we have. For functions performed by legal money, right? Now, functions of money, you can divide it into 2 categories, primary function and secondary function. Method ahanne okkom in general ahanne, right? 4 functions of money, what are they? Medium of exchange. Good. Store of value. Unit of measure. Unit of account, unit of measure, both same. Standard, deferred, standard, deferred, standard of deferred payments. Standard of deferred payment. Medium of exchange, store of value, unit of measure, standard of deferred payment. Yes. What features should an insurance agreement should have to consider it as a valid insurance? Make a valid insurance that වෙන්න ඕන කියලා මොකෙන්ද කියන්නේ? There are some conditions that has to be there. There has to be legal validity. ඔයාලා ඉන්ෂුරන්ස් ගන්නකොට ඒ ඉන්ෂුරන්ස් එක ගන්නේ legally accepted දෙයකට වෙන්න ඕන, right? It has to be something legally accepted. මේ හොරමගඩි වලට ඉන්ෂුරන්ස් ගන්න බෑ යා. There has to be acceptance. Insurance company may accept කරන්න ඕන. Insurance එක ගන්න කෙනා accept කරන්න ඕන. Right? Without that you can't. Acceptance. There has to be the offer or proposal. Right? There has to be an offer or a proposal. Insurance offer එකක්, insurance proposal එකක් තියෙනවා. තව one more. Having legal obligations. Having legal obligation. Right? Having having legal obligations. Right. So that's all about the part 1 paper, right? That's all about the part 1 paper. We have taken somewhere around 2 hours to complete this, right? අපි මේ ටයිම් එක චුට්ටක් ඊළඟ දවසේ ඉඳන් අඩු කරගන්න බලමු, right? First day නිසා පොඩ්ඩක් අපි වෙලාව ගත්තා මේකට. I'm trying to finish this part 1 within 1.5 hours on the next day. අපි බලමු ඊළඟ දවසේ කොහොමද කියලා. Right. With that, is part 1 okay? Is part 1 okay? Is there any doubts that I have to clear? I want a response from everyone. Isarni, I think you are fine. Understood. Amisha is fine. Okay. Diluni is also crystal clear. Good. Okay. Tulasija, yeah, okay, clear, right? Good. Now, then lazy වැඩේ ඉවරයි, yeah? Then lazy වැඩේ ඉවරයි. මම හැමදාම කියනවා ඔයාලට ළමයි, right? ඔයාලට හැමදාම මම කියනවා මොකද්ද A level වලදී first paper එක කරා නම්, right? If you do the first paper properly, right? If you do the first paper properly, if you score 36, right? If you score somewhere around 40 marks out of 50, if you can score 40 marks for the first paper, ඔයාලට S එකක් ගන්න තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නේ ඉවරයි, right? S එකක් ගන්න තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නේ ඉවරයි. Okay? ඔයාලා දැන් S එක අරගන්න තමයි වැඩි තියෙන. S එකේ ප්‍රශ්නේ ඉවරයි. දැන් මෙතන මේ අපි ප්‍රශ්න 40ක් කරන දවසකට, right? සතියකට අපි ප්‍රශ්න 40ක් මේක කරනවා. 12 papers කියන්නේ කීයද? Right? We are somewhere 12 times 40. ප්‍රශ්න 480ක්, right? ප්‍රශ්න 480ක් මාත් එක්ක විතරක් ඔයාලා කරනවා. මේ සති 16ට ප්‍රශ්න 480ක් ඔයාලා කරනවා. MCQ and part 1 questions. And apart from this, මම ඔයාලට වෙනම model paper එකකුත් දෙනවා. ඒ වෙනම model paper එකේ ප්‍රශ්න කීයක් තියෙනවද? එතන ප්‍රශ්න 50ක් තියෙනවා. right? එතන ප්‍රශ්න 50ක් තියෙනවා. එතකොට එතන ප්‍රශ්න 50ක් කියන්නේ එතනත් model papers 12ක් තියෙනවා. 15 to 12 there you are discussing you are doing 600 questions. ඊට පස්සේ revision paper, right? revision booklet එකේ මම short note pack එකේ MCQs මම දාන at least 20ක්වත් දාන, right? So 20 into there are around 12 short note packs. එතකොට එතන 240ක් කරනවා. almost මාත් එක්ක ඔයාලා මොකද්ද ප්‍රශ්න 1200ක් විතර කරනවා MCQ විතරක්, right? you are doing 1000 plus 1200 questions කරනවා මාත් එක්ක. මදිද? ඕනකට වඩා ඇති. I am giving you my fullest support to do this, right? මගේ පැත්තෙන් මම දෙන්න ඕන ටික දෙනවා. ඔයාලගේ contribution එක තමයි දැන් තියෙන්නේ, right? So we will take, what is the time now? අපි විනාඩි 5ක වැඩිපුර නෑ, විනාඩි 5ක බ්‍රේක් එකක් ගමු. විනාඩි 5ක බ්‍රේක් එකක් අරගෙන part 2 එක පටන් ගමු, right? So මේ විනාඩි 5 ඔයාලට කරගන්න දෙයක් තියෙනවා නම් වතුර එකක් බොන්න තියෙනවා නම් වතුර එකක් බීලා right? Last line, right? We have next right answers, right? We have to next go for writing answers. So we'll have a 5 minute break. Don't leave. Meeting again, leave and Right. So, are you guys here? Shall we start? So it's going to be a long night. So I am trying to make sure this will not be a very long night, right? So I am trying to uh, manage time as much as possible. Okay. Right. Then we'll start this. So here I have what I have given questions, right? The questions here, like when normally the pattern identify the pattern. Right. Normally, when it comes to your paper, like in part one, how does the paper come? You have four questions. Question number one, question number two, question number three, question number four. Right? And over the most probably, right? Most probably, first question comes from unit 1 and 2, right? First questions come from unit 1, 2. Okay, in the mind. And then question number 2 comes from unit number 3, 4. Yeah, question number 3 and unit number 3 and 4. Question number 3 comes from 5, 6, 7, and 8. Question number 4 comes from 9, 10, and 11. Make exactly mehemanaya. This is right. Make how does exactly mehemanaya. In business studies, that is the problem. You don't have proper structure. Mixela in the bulua, right? Mixela in the bulua, right? It can come mixed. In the first question itself, they can ask from unit number 11 also, right? First question unit number 11 right? So there is no exact what we call pattern, right? But normally, right? Normal scenario, basic scenario, basic minima. First two questions, 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. On the make questions to me. So based on this structure, I have made your paper, right? I have made all your papers based on this particular structure, right? එහෙම combine කරනවා කියලා හිතන් ඉන්නවා බලමු right ඉස්සරහට කරන්න යද්දී මට combine කරන්න හිතනොත් combine කරයි දැනට මේක එක හදලා දෙන්නේ මෙන්න මේ structure එකට. Right. So with that understanding, we will move on to the paper and we'll start doing the paper with that understanding. Now, the first question. This is right. It's one more thing to say. The mamo ape revision class එකේ ළමයින්ගේ papers බලනවානේ, right? ඔය revision class එකේ ළමයින්ගේ papers බලද්දී දෙලුණිගේ වේවා අමීෂාගේ වේවා නැත්නම් අපේ ඉන්න අනිත් අයගේ papers වේවා. When I check your papers, one thing is either you don't write anything, right? Wala answers කරද්දී යද්දී මුකුත් ලියන්නේ. එහෙම නැත්නම් ඔයාලා answers දිනන ඕනවටත් වඩා, right? ඕනවට අහලා තියෙන දෙයටත් වඩා ඕනවට ලියන්න ගන්න. So in business studies, what you have to do is you have to properly identify කොච්චර ලියන්න ඕනේද, right? You have to identify how much should I write, right? You have to identify how much should I write, to what question should I write, which thing, what thing should I write, ඒ ටික identify කරගන්න ඕන. ඕක identify කරගන්න නැතුව තමයි ඔය කෙලව ගන්න. තරුණ කාලේ කෙලව ගන්නවා ඔන්න ඔය වැඩේ කරන්න කිව්වා. So you have to properly understand how much things you have to write down. Right. Now we'll start. First question. It says Ocean Breeze Seafoods is a medium scale factory located in Nigambu. They purchase fresh fish directly from local fishermen, process and package it using modern machinery and export the final products to the European markets. Recently, the factory faced protest from the local community due to the like due to the due to the wastewater being released into the nearby lagoon. However, the factory is also the largest employer in the area. The manager insists that they pay their taxes promptly and provide fair wages to all workers. Now, first, listen. Here, what they have given is a case study, a mini case study, not the case study that you get in your O levels, right? O levels වල තිබ්බා වගේ එකක් නෙමෙයි. මෙතන ඔයාලා තියෙන්නේ mini case study එකක් තියෙන්නේ. Okay. So based on this mini case study, now we have to answer the questions. What is the first one? It asks, based on the scenario, classify the businesses of ocean-based seafoods according to the nature of the production and the production sector, right? According to the nature of the production and the production sector, now you have to classify. මට ළමයි මේ ස්ටෝරි එක කියවලා බලලා මට ආන්සර් එකක් කියන්න. Based on the nature of production. දැන් මේ question එකේ මොනවද කරන්න තියෙන්නේ? You have to mention what is the nature of the production and what is the production sector. That's all. වෙන වෙනම පෙන්නන්න. Nature of the production is right. Nature of the production කියලා ලියලා this is the answer කියලා පෙන්නන්න ඕන. Nature of the sector කියලා right production sector කියලා production sector එක මොකක්ද කියලා පෙන්නන්න ඕන. නිකන් ලියන්න යන්න එපා. Right? Separately mention කරන්න. What is the sector, what is the nature, right? ඊට පස්සේ answer කරන්න. and answer කරද්දී මේ paragraph ලියන්නේ නැහැ. For this question you don't write in paragraph. Just you have to mention what is what. quickly පට ගාලා මට හොඳ ළමයි වගේ පට ගාලා සට පට ගාලා උත්තර කියන්න. What is the nature of the production? මොනවද මෙයාලා කරන්නේ? Yes, good. The nature of the production is secondary, right? This is secondary production. Why secondary? See, they are purchasing fresh fish directly from fishermen. They are processing it using machinery and they are exporting it. And මෙතනම තියෙනවා. Right තියෙනවා. They are purchasing fresh fish. මාළු අරගෙන මාළු process කරලා පිටරට යවනවා. So that is secondary production. Okay? Nature of the production is secondary production. මාත් එකයි උත්තර ලියනවා නම් ලියන්න, right? And then there is production sector. Right? Production sector. This production sector falls under what? Industrial sector, right? This comes under industrial sector. ඔයාලා මෙතන production එකක් කියන්නේ, right? මෙතන මෙයාලා production එකක් ගන්නේ, so it falls under industrial sector. ඔන්න ඔය උත්තරේ ලිව්වම ඇති, right? ඔන්න ඔය උත්තරේ ලිව්වම ඇති. මේක මේ අපේ අර කවුද? අමීෂා වගේ මොනවාද හැලි ලියන්න යන්න එපා. අමීෂා නම් හැල්ලක් ලියනවා මේක. මම papers බලමු නිසා කියන්නේ. production this ఇలా අන්න වෙන full story එකක් ගහන්න යනවා. එහෙම කරන්න එපා. කෙලින්ම nature of the production is secondary, production sector is industrial කියලා mention කරා නම් ඇති. වෙන බම්බු ගහන්න යන්න එපා. ඊළඟ apart from the profit motive, state two possible objectives of this business. You have to mention two objectives, right? There are business objectives ne, aims of business කියලා අපි ඉගෙන ගත්තනේ first lesson එකේ තියෙනවා, right? There are some aims of business. So right now what you have to mention is you have to mention two objectives of a business. Business එකේ aims දෙකක් mention කරන්න තියෙනවා. Tell me two business aims. Yes, good. Sales maximization. තව okay, අනිත් එක කියන්නේ Uh, customer satisfaction, right? Ensuring customer satisfaction. Good. And maybe tawikas daan on profit maximization, right? Profit maximization. And also, yes, good. Employee welfare. What is bullet tagi uttar. Now, do you have to describe this? Never describe karna? No. Never describe karna. If they are asking to state, කෙටියෙන් උත්තරේ ලිව්වා වැඩි ඉවරයි right මේ ස්ටේට් කියලා තිබ්බම කෙටියෙන් උත්තරේ ලිව්වා මෙතනින් වැඩි ඉවරයි යා එක සෙන්ටෙන්ස් එකක් ලිව්වොත් ඇති right එක සෙන්ටෙන්ස් එකක් ලිව්වොත් එක right එක වචනයක් එක සෙන්ටෙන්ස් එකක් ලිව්වොත් ඇති මේකේ හැලි ලියන්න යන්නේ sales maximization is increasing the number of units so blah blah එහෙම ලියන්න යන්නේ නැහැ you just mention the points right just mention the points that's enough. Okay, done. Second one, Roman number 2. Identify 2 specific stakeholders mentioned or implied in the above case. State one of their main interest. Now you have to write according to the case study. Yeah? මේ යන්නේ කොහෙද මල්ලේ පොල්ලගේ මේ තියෙන හැම stakeholders මේකට උබන්නේ. Right? යන්නේ කොහෙද මල්ලේ පොල් තියෙන stakeholders ඔක්කොම මේක අස්සේ උබන්නේ. You have to mention only the stakeholders that are mentioned in this, and according to this story, you have to write the reason for their interest. Tell me, who are the stakeholders here? Who are the stakeholders? Make a question right main question එකකට කියන්නේ මේ part 1 එකේ මෙන්න මේ first question එකට ඔයාලට ගන්න පුළුවන් උපරිම විනාඩි කීයද? උපරිම විනාඩි 36යි ගන්න පුළුවන්. Now for one question you have to write 5 names. You have to take maximum what you call 36 minutes only. ඊට වඩා ගන්න එපා. Okay, so here according to this story, right? According to this story, you have employees, right? You are having employees. We have employees, stakeholders in the employees line. What do they want? They want fair wages, right? They want fair wages. Employees line now, employees are fair wages soon. And then you have suppliers line now. Yes, what do you mean, right? Local fishermen, right? Suppliers. Suppliers, how they local fishermen. What do they want, right? What is the reason for their interest? For continued supply. ඔක දැම්ම නම් ඇති right ඔක මෙන්ෂන් කරා නම් ඇති ඊට පස්සේ මේක ASCII සුරංගනා කතා ලියන්න ඕනේ නැත. Once again, the protest indicate a failure in environmental sustainability. State to actions to ensure environmental sustainable development. Then මේ method මොනවාද? You are asking actions, right? Here we are asking actions. Method actions කිව්වම මෙතන state actions කිව්වම අර මේ උඩ කරා වගේ එක වචනෙන් නවත්තන්න බෑ. මේකට ඔන්න sentence එකක් ලියුවට කමක් නැහැ. මෙතන වචන කිහිපයක් ලියුවට කමක් නැහැ. මෙතන මොනවාද? green products, eco-friendly products කියලා විතරක් ලියලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ. You have to write an action, right? 2 possible actions that you can do, right? මොනවාද කරන්න පුළුවන්? What are 2 possible actions that you can ensure the environmental sustainability? Amisha, give me an answer. I would like to hear an answer from you. Okay, Mona. Nidit done. Mona ne, Harshi ne, basta kaudu. Lorraine ne. Sette kam ne abhi. Yeah, ma eight. और मोहिटी यानी අරුත් පැනලා ගිහිල්ලා right ඒ බාගට පැනලා යනවා දැන් මේ නිවාඩු දාන්නේ මේ පොල්ල තියෙනවා මොනවාද අන්තිමට ෆේල් වෙන්න ඔන්න මෙන්න තියෙන මගේ ඔලුවකයි බලහල්ල right now we'll go with eco friendly right now sustainable right you have to ensure environmental sustainable development one thing is you can go for green energy right you can go for green energy green energy. What the green energy here? You can write there. Building solar panel infrastructure for energy requirements. Unknowingly, right? Green energy, right? You are using green energy. What do? You are using solar panels for the business. So that is a possible action that you can do to ensure the environment sustainable development. What else can you do? What else can you do? Core concepts. Practicing the concepts to manage resources in the organization. Business එකේ resources manage කරන්න ඔයා මොනවද කරන්නේ 4R concept එක use කරනවා. Recycle, reuse, reduce. ඒ concept use කරනවා කියලා mention කරන්න. That is a strategy. That is an action that you can do when it comes to what do you call this? Environment and sustainable development. So mentioning it like this is enough. Right? Here mention කරා නැති. Green energy use කරනවා 4R concept use කරනවා. Green energy කියන්නේ මේකයි 4R කියන්නේ මේකයි. And now if you write just 4R, if you just write green energy, and did you understand how to write answers for this? Give me a yes. Tulasi, is it fine? Right? Did you understand how to write answers? මේ answers ලියා ගන්න මම මේ answers කරනකොට මේ questions discuss කරනකොට answers ලියා ගන්න don't expect me to send a marking scheme right මේකට marking scheme එකක් එවයිනේ කියලා පස්සේ ලියා ගමු right ඒ රද්දවල් කරන්න යන්න එපා මේ හැමදාම ඔයාලට වෙලාවක් නැහැ ළමයි papers කර ඉන්න වෙනම වෙලාවක් නැහැ ඒකයි මේ papers කරන්නේ ඔයාලා right now නිකන් ඔයාලා ගෙදර කියනවා කරන්නේ නැහැ ක්ලාස් තියෙනවා අරක තියෙනවා කියලා යනවා එනවා එච්චරයිනේ so you not practice now it is good time to practice here with me paper එක ලියලා ඔයාලා answers check කරගෙන right හරියට දැන් ඔයාලා වැඩේ කරගන්න දැන්ම answers එක ලියාගන්න මාකින් එකක් එවයි රෙකෝඩින් බලමු ඊන තමයි උඹලගේ අර මාක් මේ රෙකෝඩින් බූතේ වෙන්න යන්නේ රෙකෝඩින් කියනවා at the right හෙට exam නම් අද recording තියේ 50ක් විතර තියේ බලන්න බර right so don't stack this right suggest two practical actions ocean breeze seafood can take into consideration what to fulfill its corporate social responsibilities towards the local community and the environment so what are the things that they can do to ensure corporate social responsibility. So here also same, right? You have to mention two possible actions that you can do as a company, right? There are practical answers that clear, right? Practical answer mention karana hai. Okay. So I'll mention a practical answer. One is you can write here. Providing employment opportunities to the local Nigambu community. Providing employment opportunities for the local Nigambu community. That is one way how the CSR can be applied for this particular business. Right? CSR apply right? I have to mention that. And then apart from that, we can write another one. Investing in a proper wastewater treatment plant to protect the lagoon. Now, here, make a lagoon neck right? Nigambu lagoon neck business. So, if you are investing money for a proper wastewater plant to clean the lagoon, that is where you are fulfilling social responsibility as a business, right? You are ensuring social responsibility. So those are two actions, two possible actions that you can do to ensure CSR. And then next question, ilang question ni explain two benefits the business will gain by strictly adhering the business ethics. What is ethics? Ethics are understanding the good and bad and acting accordingly, right? Understanding what is good and bad and acting accordingly is what we call as ethics. So, what are the benefits that you will get by adhering to this ethics? Business එක ඔයාලා සාර ධර්ම සදාචාරාත්මක ලෙස හැසිරීමෙන් right ඔයාලගේ business එකට මොන වගේ benefit එකක්ද තියෙන්නේ? ඕකනේ අහන්නේ. What is the benefit that you get when you act ethically? Very simple. Now here you have to explain two benefits, right? You have to explain two benefits. Okay. To explain two benefits, you can explain it like this. When businesses engages in adhering business ethics, it enhances the goodwill and the reputation of the business. Then this is for 2 marks. The 2 marks for 2 marks it is enough. Right? For 2 marks it is enough. මෙතන explain කියලා කවි කතන්දර ලියන්න යන්න ඕනේ නැත. Right? මේකට කවි කතන්දර ලියන්න යන්න ඕනේ නැත. Even though this is explained. Like explain for 2 marks. You need to know the limit. Right? මම ඔයාලට දැන් explain කරන්නදී පොඩ්ඩක් ලියන්න කිව්වම බලලා පිටු 6ක් 7ක් විතර ලියන්න. එහෙම එපා. When businesses engages in adhering the business settings ethics, it enhances the goodwill and the reputation of the business. Okay, that is one. Another one we can go right. Another one we can write. We are able to attract highly skilled and loyal employees if we are treating them ethically. Right? We are able to attract now if you are ethically if you are treating your employees ethically, you will be able to attract what highly skilled employees, right? Highly skilled valuable employees මේක තව චුට්ටක් describe කරලා ලිව්වට කමක් නැහැ, right? This is how you start the answer, right? This is how you start the answer. මේක maximum 2 to right, maximum 2 to 3 sentence ගියාට කමක් නැහැ, right? maximum 2 to 3 sentence ගියාට කමක් නැහැ. ඊට වඩා වැඩි කරන්න යන්න එපා, right? ඊට වඩා වැඩි කරන්න යන්න එපා. Okay? Okay. We are able to attract highly skilled loyal employees if we are treating them ethically. I guess it's clear. If you have any questions, please ask. Sir, මෙහෙම ලිව්වට කමක් නැද්ද කියලා මාක් හරි question එකක් තියෙනවා නම් අහන්න. නැත්නම් sir මම උත්තරයක් ලිව්වා මේක හරිද කියලා බලන්න. If you write some answers, please tell it me. මට කියන්න මොනවද ලිව්ව answers කියලා. එතකොට මට බලන්න පුළුවන් ඔයාලා ලියලා තියෙන්නේ මොන වගේද කියලා. එහෙම අහුවට කමක් නැහැ. ඊළඟට යන් මෙතනට අරක points දෙකක් ලියවන්න දැන්. අරක points දෙකක් ලියුවා ගමන් එකට for 1 point you get 1 marks each, right? For 1 marks each you will get. Simple as that. Full happy. Next, the business environment heavily influences operations. Explain two forces of the macro environment that would directly impact business ocean breeze export operations. Now this is 4 marks, huh? Now this is 4 marks. 4 marks. Huh? The business environment heavily influences operations. Explain two forces of the macro environment. ළමයි මට කියන්න හොඳ ළමයි වගේ macro environment එකේ තියෙන right macro environment forces ටිකක් කියන්න. Relating to this business. Relating to this business, tell me some macro environmental forces. තටපට ගාලා උත්තර ටිකක් කියන්න මට. Environment, right? Natural environment, right? Natural environment is there. Then nothing. Economic environment, yes. Global environment, economic environment, right? Natural environment, right? Those are some social cultural, right? Those are some environments that is but influencing this ocean breeze, right? මේ ocean breeze කියන company එක මේ influence කරන්නේ ඔන්න වගේ දේවල් වලින්. So we write something, right? We write something under each, right? We write something under each. Now, first, right? You will get marks, right? Right? You will get 1 marks for mentioning the macro environment, right? For mentioning the macro environment, you get 1 marks. If you mention 2 macro environments, you get 2 marks. A macro environment they can mention karala. If you explain those macro environment, how this macro environment is influencing the how this macro environment is influencing the business, then you will get 4 full marks. ඒතර ඒක ලියද්දි example එකක් දැම්මට කමක් නැහැ. example එකක් දාන්න. Right? You write what is we'll take like this. We'll write first one. Economic environment. Right? So economic environment කියලා ලියුවා. ඔන්න ලකුණක් හරි. Right? Economic environment කියලා ලියුවා. හතරෙන් ඔන්න ලකුණක් හරි. Now what do you do? You have to explain how this economic environment is going to influence ocean breeze. Right? The economic environment එක කොහොමද influence කරන්නේ කියලා ලියන්න. So මම පොඩියට දෙන්නම් පොඩියට explanation එකක් දෙන්නම්. In order to save time for the moment, right? In order to save time for the moment, I'll give you a small description. අපිට මෙහෙම ගන්න පුළුවන්, right? අපිට මෙහෙම ගන්න පුළුවන්. Now this is a business which is exporting fish. This is exporting fish to European countries. As an economic environment ගත්තොත් Europe වල economic environment, right? The European economy has an influence of this business. We can write an example based on that. we'll talk about the fluctuations of the we can talk about the fluctuations of the exchange rates, right? Exchange rate fluctuations gonna be mentioned. Copy down this. Fluctuations in the European exchange rates will directly affect the export procedures of the ocean breeze. Export procedure and export earnings. The fluctuations in the European exchange rates will directly affect the export earnings of the ocean breeze, right? On ocean breeze target, none. Export earnings also affect karnavalu. Right? That mention this affects the right changes in the fluctuation, right? Changes in the exchange rates of this particular company, this particular market will influence the what local product, no, local market, right? Local business. And due to that, what happens, right? And due to low earnings of this ocean breeze, it might negatively impact the profits and it might negatively impact the liquidity of this particular business. Why? Because of what? Because of the changes in the economic environment. Economic environment වෙනස් වෙනවා. Economic environment වෙනස් වුණා මෙහෙම දෙයක් වෙනවා. අන්න එහෙම ලිව්වට කමක් නැහැ, right? So I have mentioned the example and I have mentioned economic environment. So then here we'll get 2 marks. Right? මෙතන අපිට points දෙකයින් explain කරන්න කියන්නේ. Okay. We'll take another one, right? We'll take social culture. Now, social culture will take අපිට මේක social culture European market එකේ social culture එක ගන්නත් පුළුවන්. We can take the European market social culture or else we can take the local social as well, right? You can take the local social culture as well in order to explain this. අපි බලමු කොහොමද ඒක ගන්න කියලා. Sorry, I'm eating. I'm hungry. Right, Mama. කීයද? හතරට ගිහිල්ලා ක්ලාස් එකක් ඉවර කරලා එහෙම ඇවිල්ලා වාරගේ පටන් ගත්තා. Still I didn't have anything. මේ බඩගින්න දාන්න කරන්නේ. I have to eat here and there. ගණන් ගන්න එපා. Okay? I don't know how to eat politely. That is the problem. Now, the next one is social culture. Because, right? The different social cultures of the European market or the domestic local cultures might impact both positively or negatively towards the business. During certain cultural seasons, there will be higher sales, and due to certain other cultural events, there will be lower sales as well. And this might affect ocean breeze in a negative or positive manner. Again, remember, Hamadam seasons එක වගේ නෑනේ. Right? Not every day the season is same. seasons change cheyaකොට right cultures change cheyaකොට cultural seasons change cheyaකොට එක්තරා කාලයක මිනිස්සු මස් මාළු කන්න ඉඩ තියෙනවා. On another time people will avoid eating fisheries and all. So we had to adapt according to it, right? We can't change those cultures, right? සමහර cultures change කරන්න බෑ. සමහර කාලවලට මෙයාලා මස් මාළු කනවා. සමහර කාලවලට මෙයාලා මස් මාළු කන්නේ නැහැ. ඔය පාසු කාලේ මේ මොනවාද මේ වටින්නේ මොකද්ද I can't remember the word මම යාළුවෝ එහෙම ඉන්නවා right මස් මාළු කන්න නැතුව ඉන්නවා right එහෙම කාලෙත් තියෙනවානේ අන්න ඒ කාලේ වගේ එහෙත් ඇති right so then due to those reasons there can be increase in sales or decrease in sales due to the impact of social culture so මෙතන මේ මම සමහර විට මම මෙතන සමහර විට මේ type මේ voice type කරද්දී සමහරක් ඒවා අකුරු එහාට මෙහාට ගිහිල්ලා ඇති so බලලා ලියා ගන්න alright I'll give maybe a minute I'll give you a minute or something to copy down and with that we have to move on to the fifth question as well right the fifth question is fifth question විතරයි now Diluni now I know if you get this particular question you will write for a full page right පාඩ මේ question එක හමුනත් මම දන්නවා පිටුවක් විතර ලියනවා කියලා you write good answers okay that is no issue right that is no issue but මෙතන මෙයාලා අහලා තියෙන points දෙකයිනේ එතකොට අපි points දෙකකට limit වෙන්න වෙනවා තේරුණා මේක තමයි මෙතන කියන්නේ මේක තව ටුට්ටක් එක්ස්ටෙන්ඩ් කරාට කමක් නැහැ මම මේ දීලා තියෙන ආන්සර් එක right this is මම ආන්සර් දීලා තියෙන්නේ right මේ මෙතන property කියලා එකකුත් තියෙනවා negative impact the profits profits are it might negative impact the liquidity of the particular business right so here and there are some voice typing වල errors තියෙනවා right so බලලා ලියා ගන්න here they are asking to write 2 points explain 2 factors so we mentioned 2 factors and we explain 2 factors with the particular example so then the game is done right the game is done there maybe you can add couple of more sentences to tell more fine that is good right? If you are capable of doing right you can give some facts and figures also that is good but ලියනවා කියලා දවසම ඔකට spend කරන්න යන්න එපා right දවසම ඔකට spend කරන්න යන්න එපා maximum 5 minutes spend කරොත් ඇති right maximum 5 minutes වලට වඩා ඔකට වේදන් කරන්න යන්න එපා alright all business performs right the fifth question A all business performs value addition explain what is meant by value addition using ocean breeze seafoods as an example here first we have to define what is value addition right yes good right this are any good right so be value of the product increases by adding value to inputs මේක චුට්ටක් right මේ value addition කියන්නේ value addition කියලා ලියලා තියෙන්නේ right මේක example එක හොඳයි මේ definition එක චුට්ටක් අපි මොකද්ද fine tune කරමු පොඩි mistakes ටිකක් තියෙනවා right so we will fine tune this definition now first we have to explain what is value addition value addition means increasing the raw material right increasing the value addition means the raw materials of the businesses are converted into a higher valued product in each stage of production, right? In each stage of production, you are increasing the value of raw materials in the business. අනේකට තමයි අපි value addition කියන්නේ. මුලින් තිබ්බා මේ මාළු ඒ මාළු ටික process කරලා ඔයාලා හදනවා tuna. ඒ tuna ටික tin එකේ දානවා. tin එකේ දාලා box වල දාලා export කරනවා. That is the process of value addition. Okay? So we'll fine tune something in this definition and I'll give you a good one. ලියා ගන්න මේක. The process of changing the nature of a resource into increase its value during each stage of production. The process of changing the nature of a resource by increasing its value during each stage of production is what you call as value addition. ඔකට තමයි අපි value addition කියලා කියන්නේ. Here now we have to give an example based on the ocean breeze, right? මේ ocean breeze එක combine කරලා අපිට example එකක් දෙන්න වෙනවා, right? So we'll write an example, right? What you have given, right? For example, you have what you have given Sahrudeen, it is good, right? ඒක හරි අවුලක් නැහැ. And then apart from this also I'll give another one, right? මමත් එකක් දෙන්න ලියා ගන්න මේක. The fresh raw fish is cleaned and processed to produce export ready canned fish. ඒක කරන්නේ tin මාළු හදන එකනේ කරන්නේ, right? What do they do is they make tin මාළු. Okay? So you have to mention what is value addition, and then for this value addition you have to now explain it. Okay, value addition කියන්නේ මේක, this is the definition. මේකෙදි මොකද වෙන්නේ? In ocean breeze they are processing the fresh fishes, they are packing it, right? They are making export ready canned fish. So that is the value addition that is happening in this particular business. So you have to mention that as an example. Amisha, are you clear? You ලියා ගන්නවා ඇති කියලා හිතනවා. ලියාගෙන යන්න පේපර් එකත් ඔයාලට කරන්න බැරි වුණා නම් මම ඊළඟ පේපර් එක මම එවන්නම්. හරි. Okay, good. ඔයා පේපර් එක ඉවර කරලා මොනටත් කියන්න පේපර් එක කරලා බලන්න කියලා, right? මම දන්නේ නැහැ කියලා උනා කරනවා කියලා මේ අනිත් ළමයින්ට කියන්න ඔයාලා මෙතන ජොයින් වුණාට නැති වුණාට කමක් නැහැ. පේපර් එක මම group එකට දානවා. තනියම හරි කරලා බලන්න කියන, right? පේපර් උඩින් පල්ලෙන් හරි බලන්න කියන්න නැත්නම් කියලා වෙනවා සත්තයි. අත්දැකීමෙන් කියන්නේ. Okay. Now we'll move on to the next question then. State two factors management must consider when formulating internal code of ethics for their employees. What are the factors that you have to consider when formulating ethics? Ethics formulate ka බලන්න ඕන දේවල් මොනවාද? What are Tulasi, can I have an answer for this? Factors that you have to consider when you are preparing code of ethics. Ethics. අපේ ethic නෑ, අතික් ගිහිල්ලා. අතික්ක පස්සේ අල්ලගන්න. Okay, copy down this, right? First thing is you have to consider the nature of the business. That is one factor that you have to consider when you are preparing code of ethics. And apart from that, yes, the culture of the organization. Consider the culture of the organization. ඔන්න මීට තව ලියන්න පුළුවන් නේද? තව ලියන්න පුළුවන්. Understand who are your stakeholders. Practicability of the particular ethics. So those are certain what you call factors that you have to consider when you are formulating ethics. මේක නිකන් ලියනකොට අර ටියුට් එකේ තිබ්බ අකුරු දෙක වචන දෙකක් තියෙද්දි ටියුට් එකේ තිබ්බ වචන දෙකක් විතරක් දාන්න එපා. ටිකක් ලස්සන උත්තර ලියහල්ලා. අපිත් වැඩේ දන්නවා රේ. අපි පොරවල් ගම අපිත් වැඩේ දන්නවා කියලා පෙන්නහල්ලා. නිකන් මේ කම්මැලි කමකට මේ වචන දෙකක් ලියලා ආය අනිත් පැත්තට දෝලා එනවා. කම්මැලි වෙන්න එපා. උඩ ලස්සන උත්තරේ ලියන්න. Right. Copy down this, then we'll move on to the second question. Let me know once you're done, na. තාම මොනවා හරි copy කරගන්න තියනවාද? බලාගත්තේ නැති මොනවා හරි තියනවාද? ලියාගන්න බැරි වෙච්ච? Yeah, anything, let me know. So I'll go back to the question and I'll show you again. Going on to next. Rohan and Kamal operates successful grocery delivery business in Colombo under a verbal partnership. They wish to expand their operations island-wide and require significant capital to purchase delivery trucks. The financial advisor recommends converting the businesses into a private limited company. Meanwhile, the government recently increased the value-added taxes. The Consumer Affairs Authority has started conducting strict raids on grocery warehouses to check for expired goods. State to legal differences between a partnership and a private limited company. ළමයි state to difference කිව්ව ගමන් table එකක් ගහපල්ලා. Right? State to difference කිව්ව ගමන් table එකක් ගහන්න. Right? One is regarding partnership. Right? One is regarding partnership, the other one is regarding private limited companies. Right? Partnership වලයි private limited වලයි difference නේ අහන්නේ. මේ නිකන් differences නෙමෙයි. They are asking for legal differences. Right? Legally by law මොනවද තියෙන differences කියලා අහන්නේ. So here you have mentioned some serious things. Right? Lazy සාමාන්‍ය law එකක් වෙච්ච දේවල් ටිකක් clear. Right? Law එකක් වගේ වෙච්ච දේවල් ටිකක් clear නේ. එතකොට ඒක lazy. Right? So, remember, by law, in partnership, the liability is limited or unlimited? Unlimited. Right. In partnership, the liability is unlimited. But when it comes to private limited companies, Liability is limited. Right? That is one. One I got you. Where should you register your partnership? So rather not register. Yeah. Where should you register your partnership? Under the business, right? Partnership name में कोई register करना नहीं. Tell me. Soon. Where should you register your partnership name? What is the law for that? Number 6 of 1980, right? Business name ordinance, right? Business name ordinance, number 6 of 1980. Business has to be registered under business name ordinance number 6 of number 6 of 1980. And then here you had to write where you should incorporate your business. Incorporated under Act number 7 of 2006. 2007. Act number 7 of 2007. Right. Right? Those are some legal differences. Right? Those are some legal differences. Okay, or else how you can pull up. There has to be a minimum of 2 to maximum of 20 partners. In private limited companies, there has to be minimum of 1 to 50 shareholders. And legal development I think. I have to mention this only. That's all. Good. Finish. But based on the scenario, state two specific advantages Ruan and Kamal would gain by converting their business into private limited company. If Ruan and Kamal, right? Based on the scenario, if two specific, like state two specific advantages, Ruan and Kamal would gain by converting their business into a private limited company. So, what kind of benefits do you have? State the advantage. What kind of advantage do you have? Then we have an advantage skill state to advantage. State to advantage limited liability kila. Vachan dekho itara clear nipa. Don't just write the two words limited liability kila. Vachan dekho itara clear na tan nipa. Right? Describe karla. Right? Describe kar liya. Right? Describe. मैं बोलता describe कर लिया. When this partnership is converted into a private limited company, you are capable of raising more capital for the company. Company, how? By issuing shares. Sorry, wait. Liyan deba, mega liyan deba. This is regarding private limited. Like this is regarding private limited. Private limited na issue liyan deba. Right? Wait. When partnership is converted into a private limited company, the liabilities of the partners become limited to the capital that they have invested. Unnormally, right? One full sentence. මේ නිකන් මේ වචන දෙකක් ලියලා liability limited liability කියලා ලියලා නවත්තන්න එපා. තව මොනවද තියෙන්නේ වගේ? හා? මේකේ ලියන්න පුළුවන් මෙහෙම. දැන් shares අපි right up we can issue shares to friends and family නේ. We can write about that. Ability to raise capital to the business by issuing shares to the friends and family. නිකන් higher capital right higher capital කියලා නිකන් ලියන්න නැතුව පොඩි sentence එකකින් describe කරලා ලියනවා. Fair enough right answer right fair enough answer full marks ගන්න පුළුවන්. ලකුණු දෙක ගන්න පුළුවන්. තාන් ගන්න. right no problem. දැන් මෙහෙම ලියන්න නම් මොනවද තියෙන්න ඕන ඔයාලට? In order to write answers like this, what should you have? You should have the understanding. Lesson by lesson ඔයාලට understanding එක තිබ්බොත් තමයි lesson by lesson ඔයාලට vocabulary එක තිබ්බොත් තමයි මෙහෙම ලියන්න පුළුවන්. නැත්තම් තමයි මොකද කරන්නේ? Limited liability, no legal personality. අන්න එහෙම වචන විතරක් ලියලා ගෙදර එන්න. එහෙම ලියන්න එපා ලකුණු හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ උඹලට. මොඩේ වෙන්න එපා. Right. The government increase in the VAT is a part of fiscal policy. State two main objectives of the government's fiscal policy. What does the government fiscal policy wants to achieve? Government fiscal policy එකෙන් මොනවද කරන්න යන්නේ? Government tax ගහන්නේ හා ඒ tax ගහලා නීති දාලා අනේ fiscal policy වලින් සල්ලි වේදම් කරලා what are they expecting to do fiscal policy right what are they expecting to do the government is making sure that there will be fair income distribution the government wants to ensure fair income distribution for that they charge taxes මේ වැට්ටනම් මනම් ගහන්නේ මොනවද ඒවටනේ to ensure fair income distribution. What other one? To ensure fair income distribution, and another one is to provide infrastructure facilities. Right, government is preparing the fiscal policy to provide infrastructure facilities as well, and then to ensure the economic stability of the country. Right, to ensure the economic stability of the country. For those reasons are why we use the fiscal policy, right? Government fiscal policy over step में ensure करने का मतलब है. So we'll write down. Government aims to achieve a fair income distribution by implementing the fiscal policy. And then I'm trying to clear down. To ensure the economic stability and growth of a country. Maybe one more, right? We'll write one more. Uh, to provide infrastructure facilities through government spending. Anna, those are some objectives that they want to achieve. Another common infrastructure facilities is another common. One, you can go to achieve fair income distribution to ensure the economic stability, growth and stability. Right? One local UMR, high. State name, 5. And then with that, we'll move on to the next one. State to negative impacts. The increase in VAT might have on business. What happens when the VAT is increased? One of the negative impacts. One of the negative impacts when the VAT is increased. When the VAT is increased in a business, what is the negative impact? Lamai, Bujida, Diluni, Bujida. Now, when you have imposed VAT on businesses, right? When you have imposed VAT on businesses, now the problem is the demand for the drop, and there is an impact, right? Negative impact. Very good, Kisan. The price of grocery items will be high, therefore the demand of the consumers will go down. Obviously, right? Keep it down, right? When the VAT is right, when the VAT is imposed, the consumers' purchasing power will go down. There will be less sales. Right? So that's a negative impact. On a when VAT is imposed on consumer goods, it will increase the prices of the goods and services. Thereby, the consumer's purchasing power will drop, leading to a lower demand. And wet nene vetta, and demalin killer. Wet. Right, okay. Now, we'll write another one. Okay. Increased taxes on businesses will demotivate businesses to engage in business activities. When there is more and more taxes are imposed, what happens? People are now බලන අම්මට සිරි මේක හරියන්නේ නැහැ මේ අපි business කරන්න මුන් tax ගහනවා. දමන ගහලා මම රට යනවා කියලා යනවා. Right? So those things can happen, right? When there is high tax imposed again and again and again, people will leave doing businesses and they will go abroad. That හොදන්න යරකයි මේකයි කියලා රට යනවා. But the Consumer Affairs Authority protects consumer rights, state to consumer rights, internationally recognized by the Consumer International. Consumer rights are introduced by both whom? The John F. Kennedy and Consumer International. But here we are asking two consumer rights, state to consumer rights that is issued by or recognized by the Consumer International. So we will write two make it Consumer International again right? You can write any right? Like you have eight, right? You have eight. Out of all the eight, you can write any four, right? You can write any not four. Yeah, you can write any two, right? You can write any two, no problem. Right to be heard, right to safety, right to be informed, this is any four, right? You can write any two. John F. Kennedy Q was the Consumer International Q was the Consumer International again පිළිගත්තේ. So thereby writing any two is fine out of all eight. Next, B. Consumer protection is a two-way street. State to responsibilities of consumers when purchasing groceries. Mummy, their responsibilities right? They kallut liwani. Then hatai metanadi. They are back in those MCQs and short answer questions you just mentioned. මෙතන දැන් mention කරන්න එපා. මෙතන mention කරලා describe කරන්න sentence එක. Mention කරලා describe කරන්න sentence එක. What is මොනවාද එකක්? Good. First you can write critical awareness, right? You can write one thing. Critical awareness. Critical awareness an example like that. Check the expiry dates of the products before purchasing. Active participation. Active participation. Being vigilant about how businesses are conducting their activities. එන අවධානයක ඉන්න businesses කොහමද business කරගෙන යන්නේ පොරට කියනවාද right ඒ ඔක්කොම පොඩ්ඩක් note කරන් ඉන්න. So that is your active participation. So critical awareness, active participation, social concern, environmental concern, solidarity, right? මේ හැම එකටම වගේ වාට Point එක ලියලා right මතක තියාගන්න point එක ලියලා point එකට අදාළ description එකක් දාන්න ඕනේ. Critical awareness, social concern කියලා විතරක් ලියලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ. You have to write it and you have to then describe it with one sentence. That's how you write the answer. එහෙම නැතුව නම් ලියන්න හිතන්න එපා. එහෙම ලියුවේ නැත්නම් තමයි ඔයාලට අර භාගි ලකුණු එන්නේ. Right? You will get භාගි ලකුණු. Full marks ගන්න නම් full answers only. You are advanced level now. Take it into your mind. Within this 4 months, you have to fine tune this. මේක fine tune කරගත්තේ නැත්නම් අමාරුයි මොකක්ද? One thing I know, right? One thing I know for sure. Right? One thing I know, this time frame right now it's difficult, right? May time frame में काम हो. Other වැඩේ අද කරන්න නැතුව මේක හෙට කරමු කිව්වම right මේ අද වැඩේ අද කරන්න නැතුව හෙට කරමු හෙට කල් දාගමු කියලා ඔයාලා හිතුවොත් ඕක පුරුද්දට යනවා. Right? So try to finish it today. ඕක මටත් සමහරලාට වෙනවා right මම සමහරලාට මේ අද වැඩේ හෙට දාගමු හන්ද දාගමු කල් දාගන්නවා දාගෙන පස්සේ අනා ගන්න සීරීස් තියෙනවා තරම්. Right? But make sure අද දවසේ දැන් මේ බිස්නස් පේපර් එකක් කරාට පස්සේ ඔක්කොම ටික රිවයිස් වෙනවනේ. ඔක ආයෙ හැම සතියෙම කරද්දි බිස්නස් කියන එක රිවයිස් වෙලාම තියෙයි. ආයෙ අමුතුවෙන් මේ පාඩම් කරන්න ගන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. right papers ටික වෙලාවට කරාම ගන්න එනවා. right so there's a question asking give an example for solidarity. right so solidarity කියන්නේ මෙහෙම. Solidarity means the unity, right? The unity of what you call customs, right? Your responsibility is act as a unit. For example, we'll say now these days, we'll take. Practical example I'm going to now තිසරණි ඔයාට මොකක් හරි බිස්නස් එකකින් අසාධාරණයක් වෙනවා. Right? For you something happened, some kind of a unfair treatment is happening. We'll say you go to a salon, right? You go to a salon. එයාලා වගේ ඔලුවට chemical එකක් use කරනවා කොණ්ඩේ පාට කරන්න. ඒ හැබැයි දාපු chemical එකෙන් කොණ්ඩේ පාට වුණා නෙමේ කොණ්ඩේ ගැලවිලා ගියා. right? කොණ්ඩේ පොඩ ගැලවිලා යනවා. එතකොට ඒක වාට කරන unfair treatment එකක් නෙමේද? It's unfair treatment. Poor quality products, unfair treatment. Now what happens? As a customer, you gather other customers, right? You gather other customers. Other customers has to gather around you, and they have to fight against the what do you call ill treatment of consumers done by those salons, right? ඔය salon එකකින් කරපු අසාධාරණ ටැරිව එයාලා නැගී සිටින්න ඕනේ. අන්න ඕකට තමයි solidarity කියන්නේ. කට්ටිය එකට එකතු වෙලා අන්න ඒකට විරෝධය දක්වන්නේ, right? So that is you call the solidarity. Okay? So you can write some example relating to that. customer කෙනෙක්ගේ මොකක් හරි unfair treatment එකක් වුණා. ඒ unfair treatment එකට against customer එකතු වෙලා ඉන්නවට අපි solidarity කියලා කියනවා. Now you have this unions, right? පාරිභෝගික සංසදය කියලා තියෙනවා, right? SLT පාරිභෝගික කියන්නේ සංසද. If SLT is doing unfair treatments, right? If SLT is doing unfair treatments, the people, like the customers, like the users of SLT, they take actions against SLT. කට්ටිය Wi-Fi පොලේ ගහනවා, right? Facebook post හදලා දානවා. Those things. You call it as solidarity. Clear? Alright. Next, we'll go with the fourth question. Despite the advantages of incorporating, many businesses prefer to remain as small as sole proprietorships or partnerships. Explain 4 reasons why some owners prefer to be in small, right? There are businesses where you have the capacity and capability to become a incorporated company. But still, people would prefer, right? But still, people would prefer uh, a sole proprietorship for a partnership business. Still, people would prefer a sole proprietorship for a partnership business. So, why? Why do people prefer this? What are four reasons? What reasons හතරක් describe කරන්න. ඇයි මේ මිනිස්සු මෙහෙම? Why do people? මේ question එක මීට කලිනුත් කරලා තියෙනවා, right? This question is also done previously when we were doing the unit 4 paper. Unit 4 paper එක කරද්දී මේ question එක කරා. දැන් එතකොට මතක තියෙන්න ඕනේ අපේ revision class එකේ ළමයි. උනට මතකද? මට මතකයි එහෙම කරා. අමන ඉගෙන්නේ මට මතකයි. Tell me now, why business owners prefer being a, why business owners prefer being a, because of high risk. Okay. Got one answer from Dilani. Tulasija, any answer? Tulasij, මට මම දන්නේ නැහැ මේ නම කියවන්න මට අමාරුයි කොල්ලාද කෙල්ලාද කියලා දන්නේ, right? So I feel kind of difficult to read your name, right? I saw the other name was Sudhakaran, right? So I use Sudhakaran to call you, right? Yeah. The thing is, Tulasija. It's the name of a boy, right? Tulasija. Oh, the girl. Sorry. My bad. Okay. So this is Tulasija, right? Okay. Alright. Malahan, I even like yesterday when I get your registration, right? I was thinking, is it a boy or a girl? Even I showed to other people, මචං මට මේ පොඩ්ඩක් කියහම මේක කොල්ලෙක්ද කෙල්ලෙක්ද මේ ළමයෙක් ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නවා. I can ask you ne, are you a girl or a boy? I can ask you. It's not proper, right? It's not appropriate to ask like that. But right now I asked, I can't help it, right? So පොඩ්ඩක් දන්නද, right? It's an uncommon name. I have never Sudhakaran I have heard, right? Sudhakaran I have heard. I do have friends as well. Sudhakaran, but Tulasija is something new for me. So new wording for my vocabulary. Okay. Apart from those things, we'll move on to the next question. Now here, explain the reasons why someone prefer having sole proprietorships or partnerships, and they don't want to go for incorporate companies. So Dilli was telling that because of the risk, right? Because of the risk. Yeah, possibly one. More than that, the reason why people stay as social and partnership is because they want to keep the full ownership, right? They want to keep the full ownership and the control of the business. As soon as you go for a partnership, so as soon as you go for an incorporated company, incorporate Karabugama, your what you call ownership of the company is going on. Shares the ownership net then. Shares the ownership. So people don't prefer this, right? So you can write one point. The desire to retain complete independence and control over the company. If I describe කරලා ලියන්න, right? මේක describe කරලා ලියන්න මම points ටික දෙන්නම් describe කරලා ලියන්න. මේක every right. I'll give 4 points. All these 4 points has to be described at least by using 1 to 2 sentences, right? 1 to 2 sentences use कर मेरे को describe करना. Prefer to enjoy and keep the profits for the owner himself. To avoid the complex and legal requirements. Now, if you take a private limited company, you need to prepare financial statement. Partnership, sole trade businesses, financial statements. Nah, you don't want financial statements for partnerships and sole trade businesses, right? So, what owners they don't prefer. Agar yara incorporate karam wo hada din no patta karada. So we don't want to what do you call this? Incorporate karke kamti nahi sir. So those are reasons. I'll give another one. Ability to maintain close relationship with customers and suppliers. If it is a private limited company, you don't know who your customers are, you don't know who your suppliers are, right? A relationship पे maintain करना नमा, close relationship पे काम. Customers नहीं, suppliers से कबूलुआ, but customers से का strong relationship पे build का नमा because it is a incorporate, right? Owners are something else, business is something else. Prashna. But when the owner and the business is both same, you are able to maintain relationship with the customer as well. With that, we'll move on to another question. That is the fifth one. I'll keep it here. You can write as well. Until that, I'll just go through this. Instead of incorporating, Ruan suggests that they look into franchising. Incorporate करना तो franchise करो मोकदम. What if we franchise this business? Right? What if we franchise this business? Two benefits, right? We had to explain two benefits of franchising this business. The business का franchise करने के दिन वासी मोना लगे लाने दी. So simple. You can write two benefits of franchising, and then you can explain according to this particular story. මේ කතාවට මේ රුවන් and සමන් නේ. Ruwan and Kamal, right? Ruwan and Kamal के business එකට අනුව tailor කරන්න නැති answer. You write two benefits of franchising. You tailor the answer according to Ruwan and Saman. That is your skill. Right? One answer. Can access a larger market, yes. Now these days මේ හතු පිපෙනවා වගේ බින්චුන් එනවා නේද? බින්චුන්. ඉහළ තියනවානේ බින්චුන් වලට. මේ හැමතැනම මේ හතු පිපෙනවා වගේ නිකන් මේක බැලුවත් බින්චුන් එකක් මේ බැලුවත් බින්චුන්. හතර වටේ බින්චුන්. Why is this? Because of the franchise, right? Binchun is a franchise now. බින්චුන් එක කට්ටිය යනවා දැක්ක ගමන් මොකද කරන්නේ? කොල්ලයි බල්ලයි හැම එකම දැන් බින්චුන් පටන් ගන්නවා. right? everywhere මේ හතුරු කෙනා වගේ හැමතැනම බින්චුන් තියෙනවා. Why is it? Because of the market share that they have, right? The customers are attracted, right? The customers are attracted, right? Business sector customers are good attracted. So because of that, right? Because of that, what they call people are getting to enter into this franchise market, right? The franchise market enter හදනවා because of the large market share that they have. Okay, write down the by franchising, the business can access a larger market share. So you have to explain it. Well, ability to access a larger market share again, මොකක්ද කියලා explain කරනවා, right? මේ point එකක් දුන්නා. You have to write the point in front of the point. You have to write what is this? By franchising, you have the ability to access larger market share. ඒ කියන්නේ මම මේ නිකන් sample answer එකක් දෙන්නම්. Since a franchisor is an established brand name and which already has a large number of customers in the market, it is safe for Ruan and Kamal for entering into a well-established market. I had to go to Kalam tomorrow. I had to pump petrol for my bike. QR එක දැන් මතක් වුණා. Okay, fine. We'll think about it later. Later කියන්නේ $1 ගාලා කියමු උත්තර. Right. Now we'll move on for another answer, another question. Another question. We'll write another answer here. Another benefit. Why going for a franchise is good. Another one. Having a strong brand name. When the business is having an established brand name in the market, it is easier for the promotions of the business. On the established brand name promote කරන්න ලේසිනේ. Then if I start a Binchun tomorrow, I can take 50 customers on one day. Hey, already අපි established, right? Already established නිසා මිනිස්සු ඔක්කොම දන්නා Binchun කියන්නේ මොකක්ද අරක මේක කියලා. පට්ට famous අරකයි මේක කියලා කට්ටිය යනවා පොලිවේ පොරකකා බුන්න. right? මන් දන්නේ නැහැ කොච්චර හොඳද නැද්ද කියලාත් මන් දන්නේ නැහැ. right? මන් දකිනවා නිකන් කට්ටිය කෝප ගණන් වලින් බොනවා. right? I don't know if it is good or bad. At least taste it out done. It just came up to my mind. Right. B, the government influences businesses in multiple ways. Explain with 2 examples how the Sri Lankan government acts as a competitor to the private sector. How Sri Lankan government is acting as a competitor in the private sector. Now, for example, There is මේක හිතලා ලියන්න ඕන දෙයක්. ඒවා හිතලා ලියන්න ඕන දේවල්, right? Now you know there is Apricot and Cargills. On the other hand, what do we have? Government තියෙනවා තියෙන ළමයි. Apricot Cargills තියෙනවා නම් government තියෙනවා තියෙන්නේ. Satosa තියෙනවා නේ. We have Satosa, Lux Satosa. So Lux Satosa is acting as a competitor by giving cheap prices for the essential good. We'll write that. Lux Satosa is acting as a competitor for the local products by providing essential goods at low prices. Right. And then we'll write another one. We'll write another one. State banks and private banks. State banks and private banks. State banks are acting as competitors to private banks by introducing new technology. New banking technology by introducing new banking technology. State banks are acting as competitors to private banks by introducing new banking technology. Now, for example, ATM machines මුලින් ගෙනාවේ මට මතක හැටියට මම අහලා තියෙන විදිහට it is from BOC or something. BOC වගේ තමයි මට මතක. After BOC came, BOC වලින් ATM machines ආවට පස්සේ තමයි commercial banking ගෙනාවා. Right? So banking technologies are coming by the government to face competition. So then it is going on. So මෙන්න මේ points දෙක, right, මේ points දෙක මීට වඩා පොඩ්ඩක් describe කරලා ලියන්න පුළුවන් නම් හොඳයි, right? මීට වඩා තව චුට්ටක් describe කරලා ලියන්න, right? I have mentioned the 2 points, right? How they are acting as competitors. You have to describe this by giving examples, By giving examples, you can describe this. Clear? Right. So it's getting late and late, but we'll finish this very quickly. Right. 2 questions done. Right. 2 questions done. We'll take maximum another 1 hour, right? We'll take maximum another 1 hour. Maybe we'll kind of end it by either 11:30, 11:15, 11 o'clock, 11:15, 11:30 විතර වෙද්දී ඒ අතර time frame එක ඉවර කරන්න බලන්න. I'll try to fine tune certain questions here and there for the next paper onwards. More than that time එක ගොඩාක් යනවා. Okay. Define green entrepreneurship and provide one example for green entrepreneurship ventures, right? Now, green entrepreneurship is what? Right? Green entrepreneurship is how you become innovative and creative, right? You become innovative and creative where you solve the problems that is in the environment, right? I'll give a definition here right now. Creating an innovative risk-bearing business specifically to solve the environmental problems is known as a green entrepreneurship. That is green entrepreneurship. We'll give an example for this. Manufacturing eco-friendly packages to reduce wastage. Again, eco-friendly packages very right. Eco-friendly packages very not the අපේ custom right environment problem solve right. Green entrepreneurship is where you come up with innovative ideas to solve the problems in the market. Like this problem solving problems in the environment. And here, what you come up with, what we call this uh, in green water principle, you come up with this eco-friendly products, energy efficient products. By that, you are solving the problem in the environment. So that's fine. Define green environment, right? So green entrepreneurship, right? Define green entrepreneurship. One practical example. This practical example can be anything. Virtually, but when you are defining entrepreneurship, creativeness and risk taking has to be there. Creative, risk taking, innovating. Those three words has to be there when you are explaining the entrepreneurship definition. So those are keywords. In Sri Lanka, quantitative criteria are used to define small business enterprises. State two primary quantitative criteria are used for this. Man Kalinut make explain kara. Man criteria देखा देना exam पे According to Census and Statistics Department, if the number of employees are less than 25, it is considered as a small scale business. Type from there. If the number of employees are less than 25, it is considered as a small scale business. Top point if the revenue of the company is less than 750 million, it is considered as a small scale business. Right. So those are two criteria. One is based on the number of employees, like based on the number of employees, and based on the revenue of the company, right? Those are the two criteria. Huh? Criteria examples right? Number of employees and the revenue of the company. Those are the two criteria that we are using. And according to the number of employees, it can be 25 or it can be less than 50. Okay, based on the what do you call? Based on the industry, based on the sector, it changes. Sector and sector, industry can make enough sense. Don't worry, all these things are right. All these things are already explained in our revision class. Right, we have discussed all these things in the previous revision classes as well. Right, papers करने के कारण आया ये बार ना तो मत करने. Then Tulasija and Tisarani, right? I know Tisarani is doing this. Tisarani is going through all the recordings and she is doing a good job so far. So Tulasija, you enrolled like yesterday. Now the thing is, I have added, right? I asked you to add into the Google Classroom. In that Google Classroom, what you are able to find all the previous recordings, all the previous materials, and all the previous model papers. Download them all. Video download video YouTube YouTube link so YouTube materials download print out right? Study. Right? Go through everything, study. If you have a problem regarding anything that you don't understand, drop a message and we can do it. Okay. Then we'll get back to we'll get back to this. The Central Bank of Sri Lanka regulates the financial system. Two primary functions of the central bank. Primary functions there are two primary functions. One is yeah, ensuring price stability and ensuring financial system stability. Excellent. Already come Vendi Vagila, my Vendi Vagli. Okay. Commercial bank offers various types of accounts. State two differences between a current account and a savings account, right? Current account and savings account differences done at the end. It is very simple, but we will still do it. Current account and then savings. Right? Current account like savings accounts like total differences. In current accounts, you are able to do what? Check transactions current, right? You can do check transactions. But in savings accounts, cannot do check transaction. Right? Very much naha puluang, but under special condition, na? Under special reasons, you can do very naha puluang. But still, we'll stick with no. There is no interest in current accounts. Right? No interest. Right? No interest. But when it comes to savings account, and interest is earned. There is overdraft facilities. Can get overdraft facility. Right? But when it comes to savings, no overdraft facility, right? I think you know what these things are, right? Right? Overdraft facilities, check transactions, overdraft facilities, there is no interest for current accounts. But when it comes to savings, you can't do check transactions, you can earn an interest, and there is no overdraft facilities for current accounts. Then we'll define the insurance principle utmost good faith. You have to define, sir. You have to define the what do you call utmost good faith. Definition clear. This is the principle that ensures that the insured and the insurer must disclose all the material facts before they enter into an insurance agreement. Again, before you enter into an insurance agreement, the utmost good faith ensures that you have to disclose all the material facts. Boru kiyanna bෑ. Boru කියලා ඔයාලට insurance පටන් ගන්න බෑ. බොරු කියලා අහුනොත් අන්තිමට insurance එකෙන් සල්ලි හම්බෙන්නේ නෙකුත් නෑ. Right? So you have to what? Like you have to ensure that every material fact is disclosed. Right? ඔක්කොම ටික කියන්න ඕන. ඔයාලට මේ අමාරු තිබ්බා මේ දේවල් තියෙනවා කියලා මේ ලෙඩ තියෙනවා කියලා ඔයා කියන්න ඕන. කියන්න නැතුව පටන් ගන්න බෑ. So that is utmost good faith. An entrepreneur fully insured his factory against fire. Due to massive financial debt, he intentionally set fire to the factory to claim insurance. Explain why the insurer will reject this claim based on the condition of insurable risk. But කියන්න බලන්න මේ insurance මේකට දෙනවද නැද්ද කියලා. Can we get insurance for this? Can we get the compensation? No. Why? Why? What is the reason? Hey, දෙන්න බැරි. No තමා. දෙන්න බැරි නම් දෙන්න බෑ තමයි සර්. අහන්න එපා ඇයි චුයි කියලා. right? අපි දන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙමද? එහෙමනේ. Now the big, yeah, because the risk has to happen in a random way, but when the random නෙමෙයි වෙන්නේ. What is this? He is setting fire to the business intentionally. වමනාවෙන්ම ගිනි තියන right වමනාවෙන්ම ගිනි තියන scene එකක් තියෙන right. Since the fire is done intentionally, this breaks right. Insurance එක තියෙන්න ඕන quality එකක් break කරනවා. That is, it has to be random කියලා කියන්නේ අපි. It has to be happen in a casual way, right? It has to happen in a casual way, in a random way. It has to be random casual thing. But a random casual කියන එක මේක නෑ. Why? This is a intentional thing that is happening, right? This becomes an intentional thing. And එකක් වෙනවා. Clear? So we'll write here why we are not making any payments for this claim, like claim and given the title ලියාගමු. This claim violates the condition of casualty. It is not happening in a random way. This is a intentionally planned activity. Thereby, the insurer will not pay compensation for any intentional deliberate actions. Actions may deliberate losses. Unheard. Okay, they can copy down this chart, right? The claim violates the condition of casualty. This is not happening in a random way. This is a intentionally, right? It is something deliberately done. වුමනාවෙන්ම ගිනි තියලා. Right? So thereby you will not get the compensation. That is the reason. අන්න එහෙම ලියවන ලකුණු. Easy peasy. Okay, we'll move on to the next then. Small and medium enterprises are the backbone of the economy, yet many fail within the first 3 years. Explain 4 internal factors that led to the that has led to the failure of small business. Now, what you have right? Weaknesses, right? You have right. The weaknesses of the internal factors in a small business. My small business internal factors were the weaknesses can on a liyanti. Small businesses take a කාලෙකින් fail rate. Right? These are the reasons why small businesses fail කියලා liyanti. So we'll write certain points why small businesses fail. Make a 4 point, right? Make a 4 point එකක් ලකුණු 4ක් ගන්න පුළුවන් එකක්. So internal factors ටික mention කරලා internal factors you mentioned करला example एक describe करना right mention the points 4 points not 2 not 3 mention 4 points after mentioning the 4 points in front of each mention a description plus an example it was done. Poor financial management and lack of maintaining financial records. That is one reason, right? That is one reason, and you can write this reason and you can describe this. Huh? So I think you have the vocabulary to describe, right? Whatever done, I describe current form. So I am not going to give how to describe or not. What do you mean? Sentence. देखा परिमा sentence देखा किंग हारी सुना किंग हारी मैं क्या describe करला example ला लिया right hypothetical example का क्या ना ते वो ना hypothetical example ला लिया inability to engage in proper marketing campaigns and again business promotions करते हैं ना ये तो बड़ा small business fail है okay then on the strong marketing management का नया business है so that is one too much dependence on a single supplier. So as a business we are depending on one single supplier. As a business we are failing to find suppliers for our business so that is also a reason. And then lack of strong entrepreneurial skills and managerial skills. That is another point. And poor business locations. Again, on the location එකක් නෙමෙයි නිකන් මේ හද්ද වන්නේයක් අස්සර ගිහිල්ලා right අපේ මේ කවුද අපි ගිහිල්ලාගේ ගෙවල් පැත්තට ගිහිල්ලා pizza hut එකක් open කරා වගේ වැඩක් තමයි. So some of you don't like අපි මේ පන්ති ළමයි දන්නේ නැහැ right who those are but I'm telling right. So those are some reasons. Now will I know this time is very difficult right මේ time එක ගොඩක් අමාරුයි කියලා මම දන්නවා මම class එක කලින් පටන් ගන්න පුළුවන් නම් පටන් ගන්නවා but can't I have classes up to 6 month classes ඉවර කරලා මෙතන දෙන්න එතකොට මට 7 ඉඳන් තමයි පටන් ගන්න පුළුවන් අනිත් දවස්වල කොහොමද so please bear with me for the next 16 weeks that's all so I'll make sure that you go for it. Right. Now what is meant by near money, right? Near money වලට මම හිතන්නේ නැහැ මම descript answer එකක් දෙන්න ඕනේ කියලා but still I give an answer. Highly liquid financial assets that are not physically cash but can be quickly converted into cash without a significant loss of value is known as near money. Examples fixed deposit, treasury bills, and bonds. Highly liquid assets but doesn't act as minimum of exchange. For example, yes. Highly liquid assets but doesn't act as a medium of exchange. For example, fixed deposit, savings, and treasury bills. Yes. Highly liquid but not fully liquid. Huh? Highly liquid but not fully liquid. Okay, good. Right. Highly liquid financial assets that are not physically cash but can be quickly converted into cash. Cash නෙමෙයි but cash convert කරන්න පුළුවන් easily. Right? Easily you can convert into cash. So that is what we call near money. Very good description. Businesses face various liability risks state to benefits a factory owner gains by obtaining an employee liability policy, right? What benefit does the employee obtaining a employee liability insurance by a factory owner? This ensures the fulfillment of legal obligations to workers injured during the employment, and it protects the financial stability of the factory from massive compensation claims. Again, mummy, kabar answer dunna, like I didn't discuss because I know you guys are tired and I am also kind of tired, but I can work for another hour, no problem. But in the morning I have to go for another class. Then like so, but still, don't worry, we'll do this. Right, we'll do this. So, what is the what is the benefit of having this? What do you call employee liability insurance? Is it makes sure that the legal what do you call it? What do you call this? Legal obligation, right? It ensures that the legal obligation of having a compensation method is fulfilled. Again, after the right? If we are starting a business, employees at Makar Kardarakno, Yal compensate kind of method develop. So that method is now being fulfilled by this insurance policy. And due to this insurance policy now, the business is being saved by this from this compensation claims. Atang apita insurance at Tibman claims given apita business but because we have the insurance, because we have the insurance and all, we are now able to save our company by having this insurance. Okay, so that is another answer. So we'll go for the last part of the day. Right? We'll go for the last question for the day. That is the fourth one. Right? Take it questions. Right? Effective communication is vital for a business success. Right? Effective communication is vital for the business success. What are things that you need? You need, right? When it is the factors that you need for essential communication is the things that you need for essential communication is send a message, media, receiver. Send the message, send the message, media, and the receiver. These are the essential elements, right? These are 4 essential elements that you need for your effective communication. Make a team there, right? The barriers that can negatively affect the efficiency of electronic communication with an organization, right? Barriers that can negatively affect the efficiency of electronic communication within an organization. What is that? Poor signal, right? Poor signals, lack of technological literacy. So those are reasons why it will negatively affect the technological communication. Technology use to communicate करना मालूम होता है technology क्या है दामने नहीं sir. So those things, 2 barriers. या mention करा मैं दिया या mention करा मैं दी. Differentiate inbound logistics and outbound logistics. And ना पिलान कहाँ table है का. Differentiate inbound logistics and outbound logistics. So we'll go for a table. Inbound can go ahead. Inbound is happening, right? Inbound logistics means it is where you are bringing raw materials into the business, right? It is where you bring raw materials into the business. Outbound means you are sending raw materials. Sorry, so you are sending finished goods to the market. Raw materials gena inbound logistics gena or finished goods edit outbound logistics right? So we'll write here. Um, Involves procurement of raw materials into the business. Involves procurement of raw materials into the business. Then what is outbound? Delivering the finished goods to the final consumer. And then we'll write another point what inbound logistics and outbound logistics are. Um, Mainly deals with different suppliers. But when it comes to outbound logistics, oops. Outbound logistics, what you do? Mainly deals with customers or intermediaries. So those are the differences between inbound logistics and outbound logistics. Basic differences ටිකක්. අරක කරන්නේ බඩු ගේන එක මේක කරන්නේ බඩු එළියට යවන්න. මේක කරන්නේ සප්ලයර්ස් ලක ඩීල් කරනවා අරක කරන්නේ කස්ටමර්ස් ලා නැත්නම් ඉන්ටර්මීඩියට්ස් ලක ඩීල් කරන්නේ. So simple as that. Define the concept of reverse logistics and state two advantages it provides to a manufacturing firm, right? Manufacturing firm එකට මොනවද තියෙන advantages from the reverse logistics. So here you can write moving goods from their typical financial destination back to the manufacturer is known as reverse logistics systems. And due to these systems, a business is able to handle defects efficiently. Handle defects ne podi kaagutta me chuttak venasu. Handle business is able to handle defective returns effectively. When damaged items තිබ්බන ඒව handle කරන්න right you need reverse logistics. And then another one you can write it allows businesses to recycle certain containers. For example, this glass bottles අලියදීම එතන මොකද වෙන්නේ? ඒ bottles ආය clean කරලා sanitize කරලා ආය use කරනවානේ, right? So that is a benefit for the company itself. ආය බෝතල් හදා දෙන්න ඕනේ නැහැ, right? ආය බෝතල් හදා දෙන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. The same bottle can be used again and again and again and again and again. Simple as that, right? අනෝක mention කරන්න ඇති. Maybe gas cylinders ගැන ලියන්න පුළුවන්. LP gas ගැන ආය refill කරලා එවනවා. So those things can be no problem. Third one, distinguish between domestic trade and international trade by stating two key differences. Domestic trade and international trade. क्या हुआ domestic international. Domestic trade, where does it happens? The trade happened within the boundaries of the countries. Within the boundaries of the country. International trade क्या होता है? Trade happened between two or more countries. tahu dah tentang apa itu? Thus transactions using the local currency. But when it comes to international trade, what do? You are using, right? You are using currency other than the local currency. Engages in trade based on foreign currencies. So those are some examples. So those are some differences between international trade and those are some differences between international trade and domestic trade. Define entrepôt trade and explain how this happens in Sri Lanka. Right? मैं entrepôt trade के मैं calling example आप दूरना MCQ में कथा करते right? When you are writing the MCQ, I just describe what is entrepôt trade. So I'll just give you a definition. Example එක අරකම ලියන්න පුළුවන් මම definition එකක් කියන්න. Importing of goods from foreign countries and keeping them in a bonded warehouse within the customs without paying any tariffs, you are re-exporting them to another country with or without any value addition. Importing goods and keeping them in a bonded warehouse without paying any tariff and re-exporting them to another country with or without any value additions. So this is what you call as, right? This is what you call as what? This is what you call as entrepôt trade. So, for example, like our calling so take it. The retail sector has evolved significantly due to changing consumer habits and technology. State for modern trends currently visible in the retail trade sector. This is from Unit 1. Unit 1 then why right? Retail trade වල තියෙන current trends මොනවාද? මතකද? Trends in retail trade. Yeah. Right, you are starting e-commerce platforms. Right, you are going for e-commerce platforms. Then there is this mobile retail shops, e-commerce platforms, and then non-store retailing those are some of the what you call modern trends that you can see in the retail trade. So we'll mention certain things like supermarkets, right? You are moving into supermarkets as well. Yes, take a 30. Starting supermarkets. The supermarkets can mention kara. In front of supermarkets, you have to describe how. Currently, you are able to see many businesses are shifting from grocery stores to sophisticated supermarkets. And I have described earlier, right? I describe description and then. Currently, there is a trend in the market where grocery outlets are converted into sophisticated supermarkets. So that's one answer. Rapid growth in e-trade. Businesses are engaging in doing business using e-commerce platforms. Non-store retailing. Non-store retailing is another one. There you can write uh, there are many online businesses and the trend of using social media for business activities. So that is kind of non-store retailing. Right? I mean, you can description still on the name. Right? Use of modern technology like barcodes and POS systems. So those are some trends that you can see when it comes to modern retail. Like modern retail trade down one දකින්න පුළුවන් සමහර points තමයි ඔය. And then the last two questions. So at this, like, since it is the end of the session, at this rate, you won't be able to copy down all the answers, right? Okay, මේ answers ඔක්කොම copy down කරගන්න හරියටම බෑ. So what I do is, as soon as I finish the session, I'll share what I have written here, the PDF to you, right? PDF එකකින් මම share කරන්නම්. So again, just cross copy down certain answers if you have missed any, right? Mr. on copy down කරලා දාගන්න පුළුවන්. But only thing is the time shift that you have to work is very lengthy. Define the business to consumer model and provide one example. B2C. Pick me, Uber, Kapruka, Ikman.lk. Right? Those are examples for B2C. So we'll go with some examples, right? The electronic trade transaction taking place between a business and a final consumer is known as D2C. Example alta pick me, Uber, but Uber. Sorry. Those are things. And the final question for the day, and with that we are winding. International trade requires specific documentation. Briefly explain the purpose of bill of lading and the certificate of origin. Bill of lading කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? Certificate of origin කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? Bill of lading, this question came earlier as well. Bill of lading is where you use the you are loading the goods that you are supposed to export to the ship. වා export කරන්න හිතන් ඉන්න good එක වා නද කරන්නේ ship එකට පටවන්න. If the good is in good condition, right? If the stocks are in good condition, the captain of the ship will provide you a document that we have undertaken the goods. අපි බඩ් එක බාර ගත්තා කියලා ship එකේ captain දෙන document. And that document is what we call as lading. Okay. Certificate of origin is given by a particular commerce board or particular government body, ensuring that the particular product is made in the particular country. Right? Export करना country के में हदपुर का किला mention करने का था मैं certificate of origin लेके करा. Now, for example, made in Sri Lanka, made in USA के लिए production है बेटा. Right? ये made in Sri Lanka के लिए देने If we confirm that this product is made in Sri Lanka, it is given by a particular board. Again, ලංකාවේ නම් අපි ගමු the commerce board කියලා එකක් තියෙනවා. the commerce board කියලා එකක් තියෙනවා. එයාලා කරන්නේ මොකද්ද? ලංකාවේ අද product එකක් නම් ඒ product එකට ඒ label එක දෙනවා. Made in Sri Lanka කියලා label එක දෙනවා. So that is this what we call as certificate of origin. So we'll write this description what this is. මම මේ දැනට දැනකට වඩා මම මේ දැන් රැන්ඩම් විදිහට ගන්න. මම මේ දැනකට වඩා සිලබස් එකේ මම ඔයාලට ෂෝට් නෝට් ටැක්ස් වල දීලා තියෙනවා in detail, like I have given in detail the description for these documents. ඒවට ස්ටික් වෙන්න, but දැනට මම මේක මතක තියාගන්න description එකක් දෙන්න. For bill of lading, this is the document issued by the ship captain to the exporter when the goods are undertaken by him for export. And certificate of origin. This is a document issued by a particular government body ensuring that this particular good is manufactured in a particular country. Country of origin. Right. Okay. So that is all the questions for the day. I want you to ask like question paper කරාද නැද්ද කියලා මම දන්නේ නැහැ. If you are not done මම හිතන්නේ ඔයාලා ඔක්කොම කරන්න පුළුවන් ඇති කියලා දුන්න time period එක ඔක්කොම ටික කරන්න බෑ. So try these questions once again. තව පාරක් කරලා බැලුවට කමක් නැහැ. කරලා බලන්න if you have time and all, right? I know your time is very packed. Classes, Ramadan classes, revision. So you also mark මේකක් දාන්න ඔයාලා කරදර කරනවා. but මම කරදර කරන්නේ for your betterment, right? So now I don't even charge much from you, right? Minimum චලෝ charge එක ගන්නෙත් නැහැ. I'm just spending my free time so that I polish you guys further, right? Already මගේ revision එනවා, but I want to make sure I polish you further for the betterment of your results, right? Now, with that, we can wind up. But before that, do we have any questions? Yeah, we'll have enough. Is there any? Yeah, fine. Everything. Amisha, okay. Amisha, I'm Budit done. Diluni, okay. Diluni, no questions. Is there any? Yeah, fine. Right. Okay. Right. Amisha, no. Budit, no. Okay, good. Now. So we'll then meet tomorrow at the polite theory class again. So then, until that, we can wind up. Thank you and God bless you.